How's it going, peeps? Welcome to a very special stream. Hey, thanks so much for the sub, Drax Fiplet. Pi 1000 Science is not ever happening. Don't worry about that, because it's not gonna be a thing. Alright, I do need to get all my stream bits and bobs properly going here. It's been a while since I've done a 2x stream. Let's see, pop out chat for Twitch, pop out chat for YouTube. YouTube over there. Now, I haven't done a multi-stream since I got my new, I say new computer, it's more like new hard drive and reinstall of Windows. Most of the hardware in my computer is the same. But the point is, I don't know if Twitch and YouTube chat are both working because I had to set it all up this morning, mostly from memory, so. Hey, Dave, thanks so much for the 40 months, holy cow. Oh, I don't have Streamlabs. That's the sounds aren't happening. Sorry, guys. Let me see if I can get that set up real quick. Or not. Let's see. Alert box. Copy widget URL. Copy. I should be able to add browser. Alert box, okay. Paste. Okay, I think it's working. Let's hit test. Did you guys hear that twice? Did that sound weird to you guys too? I like double heard that. You guys just heard it once. Interesting. Wonder if I have to like mute it. Control audio via OBS. Is that what we want? No. Why did I double hear that? Yeah, it's definitely doing something weird. Hey, Don Jeets, welcome. Thank you for the sub. Okay, what have I done wrong? Hold on. Please hold for technical difficulties. It's possible it's just because, like, I added it 2 seconds ago that it's doing something weird. Huh. I'm just gonna leave it alone for a minute. Maybe it'll figure itself out. Okay, so that's all good to go. And then what's next? Streaming, YouTube's work. Oh, does YouTube chat work? Looks like the text is way too small on YouTube chat, but it is working. Okay, good. Good. I feel like I started saying that ironically to quote Bold Viking, and now I say it unironically. Still nowhere near as much as Bold does, though. Still got that on him. All right, are the text the same sizes is now the new question. Preschool girl, what's up? Long time no see. Seems like Twitch or YouTube's still too small. There we go, that feels like the same text size. Okay. Put a little bit of an outline on it. The problem is if the outline's too big, it actually makes it harder to see. It's kind of weird. I think it looks a little better with the font weight being a bit heavier. Figure out the kerning. I really wish I could have copied over all these settings from before. All right. Oh, YouTube's also not disappearing. All right, we'll do 25 seconds to start with for YouTube. And 30 seconds for Twitch because it has to last longer. Still doesn't feel quite right. What is the... Man, it's really annoying to me that these don't have numbers. I love this program, Caster Labs Caffeinated. It's free. It does all the things you need it to do. But when you're dealing with font size and font weight and all that, they're just sliders with no numbers even. It doesn't even show you a number. And so it's just this like vague, like, well, I hope it's the right, you know, if you're trying to make two things match or do incremental adjustments. So that is very obnoxious to me. I don't even know what taking a picture is not going to help. Okay, there we go. That feels about right. What's up, Teus? Welcome, welcome. All right, you guys keep me updated on chat if anything weird's going on. Let me know. Okay, I've got my coffee here. I need to turn down this heater. Get a little toasty in here. All right, welcome everybody back to pYanodon's 300 hours, crazy stuff. We've got red circuits basically ready to go. The only thing we're missing is an inserter apparently, and we're also missing the is it the MOSFETs? Yeah, which need the nice eye, which is slowly accumulating. I think first, I guess we'll do name and game redemption, because that's easy. Where, though? Where do you want the name? Preschool girl? It's funny, that was still highlighted from who knows how long ago. Red circuits, ooh, putting your name down. Forever. All right, let's get it. Do we already have one somewhere? I feel like we do. Find it. It's probably... I don't know if it's in the limestone tiles, though. No? Would have thought for sure. I had it already. Alright, well, let's get that going here. So, let's see. Right. Would be in the Zen Garden. Now, because of how long this name is, I can't promise that it's not going to get built over by something at some point. Now, I screwed up big time because I should have put the asphalt in first. Shoot. Is there a way to... I don't think there is. It's okay. We got nothing going on. You know, it's not... We got nothing important waiting for us like red circuits. This is totally fine. We'll just fill in the blanks here. It's a very satisfying noise, to be honest. That's part of why I'm like wanting to listen. Very satisfying. Someone needs to make a Factorio art mod where, like, forget how we make the G's. We'll have to look into that. Where you like color by number or something. How we made the G's? I feel like we took out like one of the corners or something. Don't remember. We did it. And then the R. The S looks better with a little curve in it. Okay. The bots will figure that out eventually. And... is there anything else I needed to do? I was just looking into power with tier 2 or Mark II power plants, and they're kind of nuts. And by kind of nuts, I mean really nuts. We're going to be able to make like 10 gigawatts easy. So because of that, I think I'm going to finish... tidal power with like 4 more sections, and then we're gonna call it. So that'll be it for tidal power. I think that'll be enough power to make it through, because that's another 140 megawatts. I think that'll be enough to get us across the finish line to better power sources. So all right, I'm gonna hit the record button here and start the actual episode. Hello everyone, Krydax here, and welcome back to pYanodon's Season 3, a very special episode. This is the beginning of the live stream on Twitch and YouTube. If you're watching from YouTube on the episodic series later, welcome back. We haven't done too much since the beginning of the stream. I did build a bunch of tidal generators, which will hopefully get us to Mark II power. If we look at like power plant, we're quite close to these. In fact, you unlock them before ChemSci. And so we're going to be able to build these if we want before chemical science, though we will need mechanical parts too, and a lot of these bits and bobs to make the power plants. But I need those to make modules anyway, so we might end up, I don't know where exactly we'll put in the tier 2 power, but I was looking into some of the options for tier 2 power, and there's quite a few. First of all, the turbines are nuts. They can consume up to 600 hot steam, pressurized steam per second instead of 60. So to make a gigawatt, you only need 0.1 of these, which means one of these can make almost 10 gigawatts, which is crazy. Second thing that's crazy is the steam that you make at tier 2 is twice as hot, because the molten salt is twice as hot, which is great. And you need half as much. So there's kind of a 2x efficiency going on. So in terms of, I was looking at like how much coal you need to make a certain amount of power, and you would need half as much. Not to mention, you can put modules into the buildings, and obviously the tier 2 building would be able to accept 2 modules, which would save you 60% power, which means you get 2.5 times more efficiency from that. Coupled together, that gives you a 5x efficiency boost, which means each piece of raw coal gives you 5 times more megajoules than it did in the tier 1 world. Plus you need a lot fewer buildings. This is a nat gas though. So there are different types. I was kind of looking through. You can do natural gas, refined natural gas. You can do fuel oil. You can do regular burnables. You can do biomass, like clean burnables. And so those are your 4 options for kind of how you make power. And if we wanted to kind of look equally, it would be 25. Can I do 100 divided by 3? I sure can. And then 50. And then if I go to 4, or now we can kind of see like an equivalent amount of power from each source. So, and I wouldn't use Flora. You can burn any of the clean burnings in here. I would probably use raw fiber, I think. And then it needs a tiny amount of biocrud. A pretty insignificant amount. So these are kind of the comparisons that we're looking at. And this would probably just use raw coal since it's not a very large amount. It's still like 9 raw coal. You can burn the ash, easy peasy. So really, we're picking between these options, and they all seem really good and really easy. Like the fuel oil, we don't have a recipe for it yet, but I was looking at it. We can already do this one. We can research it. You have iron-enriched moondrop flowers, which comes from seeds and methane, and then you can get the iron-enriched biomass from Nevins or Yotoi, but it's like a tiny amount of Yotoi. Look at that. For 1 gigawatt, you would need, you know, 0.3 of a building, 0.1 of a building, and then Nevins are a little bit more, but in a similar ballpark. So those are options, but that feels a little too complicated. The other way to make fuel oil, which we won't unlock until we have chemical science, but it's early on in chemical science, is this one from strip distillates, which, as you know, comes from medium distillates. So that would be a pretty easy way to get our power, is fuel oil. However, why deal with fuel oil when you can just use refined natural gas, which is already like not good for anything else, and we get it 1-to-1 from condensates. So the refined natural gas is an insanely efficient one. So that's almost certainly the one I'm gonna do. And you only need 1.68 buildings, which is half as many buildings as the coal power plants. So that makes your overall power plant size much, much smaller. I assume they're the same size. I should look into that. Gas, oil, coal, and biomass. Biomass is the next strongest one in my opinion. Like if I was tier listing these, I'd put it like... It depends on which fuel oil recipe I'm using. I'll give it the strip distillates version. I would probably tier list it like... this actually, because this still is harder to get than 9 raw coal, but this needs 3 buildings, so I'll actually put that at the bottom, although it's gonna mess up my calculation. But I would put coal at the bottom just because it needs more buildings. These 2 win just because you use the fewest buildings. So yeah, we're probably gonna end up making like, I don't know, 5 gigawatts to start when we make this. How reasonable is that? That seems pretty reasonable. Heat exchanger Mark II gets unlocked, but I don't know how easy it is to build. It's not that bad. I mean, we're already gonna have all that stuff needed for other stuff. So we might as well change that to heat exchanger Mark II. We can, that doesn't take that much power, so I could throw a couple modules in there, and I only need 2 of them, which is crazy. So, I mean, this right here is 5 gigawatts of power for just some condensates. That just feels like I'm cheating. mean, shale, like, how much keratin even is this? That's only 13 keratin a second. And that's ignoring the condensates I get from all sorts of other things too, right? Like we get condensates when we process raw gas. We get condensates when we process the crude. So I'm not processing crude oil right now though. Do we not get condensates for processing? Oh, there it is, bitumen. Yeah. We don't get very much condensates from that, I will say. So there is a weird world where like I have so much stone, I don't know. There's a world where I'm gonna have to set up something that mines stone just to get keratin, just to get shale oil, just to make condensates. We're not to that world yet, but that world could exist. But yeah, this is where we're going in life. Let's just finally check how big the power plants are. I'm curious. What are they actually called? I don't know, they're right here. Okay, so there's a gas. Where'd they go? Did it change what tab we were on? Oh, they are different sizes. Biomass, coal, and oil. Interesting, the biomass is bigger than the other three. The other three are the same size, but this one's bigger by 2 tiles. Huh. Weird. Alright, so inserter capacity bonus 1 is finished. Our bulk inserters now have some capacity bonus. And soon we'll have the beautiful yellow-handed inserter bonus that we've wanted for oh so long. You know, now that I look at this, I realize I think we've only been doing a border of 1 tile. That looks really weird. Yeah. Yep. Oh well. Okay. What should we do? We're just kind of waiting for Nice Eye, I think. So while we wait for Nice Eye, I could start setting up the electronics Mark II. We'll do epoxy probably first. Yeah, we'll do the train redesign. I'm gonna do a good amount of that off stream or off recording. So we'll probably wait until we're done with this episode to start on any of that. For those who are watching the recording, if you really want to go see that, it will be available in the live section of my YouTube channel if you want to watch that part. But I don't think it'll be that interesting. I'm basically just going to be reworking these to have next-lit power poles. I'm still deciding on whether I want to... I'm deciding on whether I want to redo the stations to be weak side and strong side both. I might just do it to be one station and then have the belt section as a separate book where I paste the belts onto a strong side or weak side. The problem with that is the pasting won't attach. Like if I have a loader section, you know, where I'm like, oh, this is a multi-provider station, when I paste it, it won't have the loaders hooked up with circuitry to the chest because the chests are always going to be different sizes and I won't just be able to paste that in. So that is a little bit of a downside where I'm like, maybe we should stick with the strong versus weak side. I'll probably add a second belt to all of my strong and weak side solids. We'll add the next-lit power poles. I'll probably make a version of this as a blueprint because we're going to use this from time to time. By the way, the requester infinity pumps are easy. The provider infinity pumps are not so easy because you have to essentially set up a version where, like, when a train is here, it pumps the desired fluid into the main line, which then gets pumped into the train until the train has what it wants and leaves, at which point it needs to then purge the main line of what was in it. And that gets a lot trickier. It's still not impossible. I'm just not sure if I care enough to make that when we've already got, you know, our 6... where is it? We've already got our 6 item provider, and I could even add more to this if I really wanted to. I could make this a 12. And still have no issues. So, I don't know. I don't know. Some of you find it more interesting than Hellmod derping. Yeah, I mean, to each their own. I do think relative to most things, it's going to be a little bit slow-paced, but maybe I'll record half of it. Okay, so for the electronics, we just need to bring in epoxy. So let's get that on channel 1. That's a 20-second craft time. I'll do 4 clicks there. And we'll set up epoxy, which should just go in our random items bin. Oh yeah, we looked into this, and I'm not even sure if the collagen one is better. Hard to know, but at least for now, it's not even available. When is that version available? Oh. It's actually available very soon. I probably do need to look into that. So, what was the resorcanol? That's cheap. Well, actually, no, it's not that cheap. 5 sodium hydroxide is not that cheap. The bisphenol A, the BPA was HCl acetone, but a lot of phenol. So we're looking at like a lot of phenol versus a lot of skin. All right, it's kind of the main breakdown here that we're looking at. Plus urea. It's hard to imagine that that's going to be the better deal unless we get some other... This only has a 10% chance for collagen, so that's not... There's no other way to make collagen. It's just that simple. It's just that simple, folks. Yeah, I mean... Also this way to make phenol. Someday this might be a good way to make phenol. I don't know when we unlock that one, but... Huh. Okay, well yeah, I mean for now we only have the BPA version anyway, and I think that's the cheaper version, so... So we'll get this set up. ECH, oh right, the oleochemicals, which needs the glycerol, right, okay, this is a bit of a rabbit hole. Have we made glycerol yet? I don't think we have. No. I have made oleochemicals, but not glycerol. Okay. Not to worry, epoxy remains a pain. Good to hear, good to hear. All right, so glycerol. For now, this is the only way I can make it. When do I get the other ways? We already have the skin way if I research it. Collagen way is probably always terrible compared to the skin way, so I don't really understand that. Tholins to glycerol sounds great, but that's not until we have space science, which is basically once we've beaten the game. So we'll ignore that. So then which would I prefer? That one or that one? 0.5 lard and 0.025 nichrome. I want this to be 1 per second. 1 lard and a 20th of a nichrome versus 0.75 skin and 0.75 hydroxide. That seems like the better deal. To me. The only thing about this one though is it also gives me oleochemicals. So if we think about both things that we're getting, but skin is so much easier to get than lard. Could set up both and do a weird, like, when oleochemicals gets backed up at a higher priority provider, we switch over to making it the other way. That's interesting. Because what are the other ways to make oleochemicals? We're comparing these two. So you're basically using a nichrome instead of titanium to add glycerol to your outputs. And slightly more oleochemicals for the same amount of lard. So it's not a terrible deal. If you think about the opportunity cost, which is always what you should think about in Factorio, something people don't do often enough. I remember there was a big thing on the Pi Discord where the mods had to ask people to stop saying X is free, because it's like, no, nothing's free, because everything has an opportunity cost. Even if you're talking about mining a bunch of raw coal out of the ground, which is in a lot of ways free, it has an opportunity cost. You have to set it up, you have to make the miners, like, you're always doing something instead of something else. So here, talking about the opportunity cost, right now, this is how I am making oleochemicals. So whenever we do this version, what we're essentially doing is we're spending like nichrome to get glycerol. That's it. The lard is essentially free because I was going to use the lard to make oleochemicals anyway. Now that's assuming I'm using oleochemicals more than the glycerol in this equation. And so in that sense, we're essentially just purchasing our glycerol at the cost of nichrome. And it even gives us a byproduct savings of titanium. It's not a bad deal, 1 nichrome for 150 glycerol, so I think that's what I'm going to do. And I might actually add this into the glycerol factory as well, where if oleochemicals are backed up at a high priority provider, we can always just make some from skin and hydroxide steam to kind of support that. So what I'll do is I'll do 50% here, or wait, what's the right way to do this? I want this. I don't know if we actually can do it that way. We also need to look into if we need ECH for anything else. Oh, we did look into this. It's not for a long time. I'm gonna ignore that. For now, this is all ECH is used for. Okay. Which means it might as well go in the same plant, unless BPA Oreo chemicals. What's up, Mello? How's it going? Where's BPA factor into all this? That it's all it's good for. All right, that's what I like to see. So then we can make all this in one spot. No, glycerol. Is glycerol used anywhere else? Hey, Stone Goats. Good to see you. Yeah, glycerol is used in other places, so we can make it in the same thing, but we'll put glycerol on chains, most likely. Okay, and then the phenol is currently not being made. Eventually we will make it with the cumene way, but that requires chemical science. At least I think I'm gonna make it that way. It's very possible that this lignin method, which I keep wanting to call the ligma method as a joke, it's very possible that this gets better with modules, because we can put prod into all that. With modules and beacons, this might get a lot stronger, and it might be competitive. Productivity incentive for the collagen method. Good question. They both have productivity, so not really. You can productivity on the collagen step, but I still don't think it's saving you much. Because it's still 10 skin for 4 collagen. And yeah, it's just worse. Like, I can't ever understand why you would use this recipe. Unless somehow collagen was a byproduct of something, but we would have seen that by now when we were looking into collagen page. So I'm pretty confused by this recipe. It seems utter trash to me. I don't understand it. Because even with 2 times productivity, you're still using more skin. Not to mention these other ingredients. And sodium hydroxide's close to free comparatively, so I don't get that one. That one just seems bad. Okay, so anyway, we're gonna have to do this, which is just wood and hydroxide for now. We'll underproduce that because we can request the phenol in larger amounts later. And realistically, how much am I spending here? 0.334 probably at the most. So in that case, this should be fine, and I can make like 2 of these trios. We already have that trio from the other thing we set up, and I can just copy that. Okay, so let's get going on this. Where do we want to put it? Is the question. Let's go. Yeah, why not over here? Let's put it in the molybdenum block. Seems reasonable enough. And get rid of these trees. And these ones. Ooh, I actually used up all my titles. Wonder what we're currently lacking. By the way, I have it loosely in my plans to do another stream at some point that is dedicated to the auto mall. I want to make an auto mall guide. The video will eventually be titled something like how to make an auto mall in Factorio. And it'll be more focused on my creation process of this and what each combinator's doing and why. So it will equip you with kind of a little bit of the learning and understanding that could help you make your own auto mall that works better than mine, does different things than mine, rather than just giving you a blueprint to copy paste. Though of course I'll provide the blueprint too. The problem is I can't just use this one because this one is going to be bad for that video for 2 reasons. First of all, it uses Bob's adjustables, so I'd have to rearrange things because 90-degree inserters won't exist in vanilla Factorio. And the second thing is it's set up with logistic network channels, which obviously I don't want because most people are not playing with that mod. Again, if I'm making a general video that's like, how do you make an auto mall? It shouldn't include some weird mod. So I'm gonna have to slightly redesign the whole thing. I'm gonna have to reinvestigate how the stupid thing even works because I barely remember. Like, I look at this and I'm like, oh yeah, like, I recognize some of these things. I don't remember what the heck this is all doing. It's very chaotic. So I'm gonna have to relook into all that and reteach myself. So that'll be a whole stream. We'll basically relearn and remake the auto mall together on stream. I'll probably work with, I mean, Twitch chat will be helpful, but I'll kind of be figuring out like, how do I want to structure the guide video? And then I'll actually do the recording of the stuff. And then I'll edit some of that to make the YouTube version of it. Anyway, back to title generators. Why are we not getting titles? We're out of utility boxes because we're out of copper plates. Now that's not on my bingo card. Is it just the amount here isn't big enough? I'm gonna go up to 30 stacks. Because we added another... Uh-oh. Oh, well, I figured out what's wrong. I don't know why it's wrong, though. Oh, I'm out of borax? Oh, I'm out of borax. Okay. Fair enough. Oh, I broke something with all of this building up here. How did I break it? What broke? Oh, the bots never got here. Wait, why did the bots never get here? There's a missing link. All right, I'm gonna go fix that manually. Yeah, so combinators have the ability to write text into them, so I can just comment my combinators, which I will when I make the version that's designed for the video. And yeah, you can, rather than text plates, I think text plates are a little tricky. I think I'd rather use the, what are these called? The display panels if you want to see something in map view like that. But I would only need that if I had a huge computery thing of combinators. For this, it's too packed in and small to use display panels or text plates to describe things. I think I do just need to comment the combinators individually. Okay, we're gonna get this built ASAP because our whole base breaks without borax. Like, quite literally. Without borax, we're not getting iron plates, we're not getting any of the plates, and lots of things in my base use plates as an additional part of the recipe, so this was a problematic issue. Is that a fish that I just picked up? Okay. That should do it. Well, hopefully that doesn't break things too bad. That's pretty bad. We haven't gotten borax for an hour and a half. Definitely not good. But at least it'll catch up now eventually. But, I mean, we're completely out of copper, and we have been for a while. Oh god, that's really scary. Does Nisai need borax? I don't think so. I think Nisai might be okay. Yeah, that's still humming along. It does need nickel, and I think the nickel needs borax, but a lot less. Yeah, I mean, we just haven't run out of our buffer yet, so... The Nisai is at 853. We're almost there. Once it's at 1,000, it'll do its first trip. Okay, well that's fixed. Still can't believe I did that. Can't believe you've done this. When do we get the next mining prod? I should probably type a different word. Mining. It's after mining machines in Kimsai. And we get another 10%. It's not bad. You know, it's not the hugest deal, but it saves on all the input resources, and the main thing is that it just gets me more output per building. So the same patch of ore can give me more per second. Modules will be the bigger change for that, though, I will say. Modules will revolutionize everything. Oh no, the red dot. I was testing. Okay, so yesterday, I gotta come clean. Yesterday, I spent pretty much my whole day testing train braking distance calculations. Like, I was in Desmos graphing, I was doing differential equations, I was looking at the wiki, trying to figure out how the game code applies the braking force to answer the question, how good are the Pokeball upgrades? So, because I'm like, how good actually are these? Do they actually help you that much? Because when we do both of these together, we'll have 25% more braking force. It sounds pretty good when you think about it on paper. You're like, yeah, if you can come to a stop 25% faster, like that saves you a lot of time every time you have to stop. That's what you think, until you realize if you're coming to a red light, you're restricted by when the light turns green, not by how fast you can brake. Most of the time. If the light turns green while you're slowing down, then having a better braking force will mean that you are slightly closer to and at a faster speed to the red light when it turns green, which means as soon as it turns green and you hit the gas again, you're already going a little bit faster and you're already a little bit closer. So then you'll get to your final destination a little bit sooner. But how often is that actually happening? Like, if you think about the ratio, you know, like, let's take a busy intersection, which is normally this one. I don't know where all the trains are right now. It's because we have no borax. Nothing's getting produced. I was about to say our science is going to turn off soon, and there we go. Gosh, that's so scary to not see trains flying around. But anyway, like most of the time when a train has to, you know, come to a stop, it ends up coming to a full stop, at which point the braking force hadn't helped. That being said, that might not be true. It's like, it's really hard to test without more experimental data. And to get that, I don't even know how you'd get that data. You would need CyberSyn to somehow like hand you a readout of average train trip length, because I don't know if you can get that from circuitry. I don't know how you would do that. You'd have to have like crazy computery stuff built into your train system from the beginning to be able to get that, I think. You could, you know, you could have a signal that's sent when a train leaves, and then the other stations are waiting to read when the train arrives and all that sort of stuff. But otherwise, it's not really possible. So all that to be said, I don't know how you'd measure that very well. But essentially what I can do is with my math stuff, which I plan to do a little bit more work on at some point, you could figure out like, okay, what if 10% of the way along the train's braking path, the light turned green? How much sooner would it get to its destination? What about 20%? What about 30%? And I can then make a table of all that. Because if it's 100% and the train was coming to a stop anyway at a red light, then the braking force was irrelevant. And if it's 0% and the light was green, then of course braking force is irrelevant again. So in those cases, which is a lot of cases, the only time the braking force comes into play is twice. It's right now. It'll get to the loading station slightly sooner, and then it's when it gets to its destination. It'll get to its destination slightly sooner. And when I say slightly, I mean like 0.2 seconds. Or was it 0.4 seconds? I think it was 0.4 seconds for a 1-1 train. And so that adds up to 0.8 seconds per round trip. At a minimum, you do get at least that much no matter what. Though that's not true because it depends on how fast it was going before it gets to the stop. Like if it had stopped here, it won't be up to full speed when it then gets here to stop. And if it's not going full speed, the braking force bonus doesn't matter as much. So you end up with a lot of weird, like, the time save. Oh, this orthogonal piece. Yeah, you're right about that, Dave. I don't think it matters because that's broken into a separate section, but it is. It's just from when I paste these things. Boop. Anyway, all that to say, even if you saved a full second per trip, which you might not, then that would only save you, you know, let's say it's a 2-minute round trip on average. That's only saving you 1/120th. So that makes your train system 1% more efficient. In a good case scenario. And that's just not very much, right? Like, you're much better off doing almost anything else to your train system. Anything else that's an upgrade would be better than 1% of an upgrade. So all that to say, braking force kind of sucks. It sucks more than you think it does, is kind of my summary. All right, what was I in the middle of doing? I don't know. Oh no. I guess I was just beginning work on this. If you brake faster, you can clear the previous section faster when stopping at a light. Not really. Again, only if the train was partway through braking is that possible. And so that's only going to happen some of the time. And even though it clears the section faster, You can kind of consider red lights as being randomly distributed, and it just moves the red light that it creates slightly forwards. I guess because it's going faster when it hits the acceleration, it cuts the red light time slightly shorter. So yeah, there's lots of tiny efficiency boosts, but they're so tiny, I still don't think they add up to much. It's not like they're multiplying by each other. So I think your overall efficiency boost is still going to be on the order of 1 to 2%. Like 2% would be, I think, more than best case scenario. I would actually estimate it's less than 1%. Okay, so we need to import... We are making acetone, I think. So we'll import acetone and HCl. And then for solids, we need nichrome, iron, hydroxide, and wood. Okay. So we need one more here. We need the quest station. Or HCl. Wish I could type HCl. You know what I wish? You know how in like Microsoft Word you can make your own like dictionary of like auto replace or fast replace or quick replace or whatever it's called. It would be cool if you could make a library of synonyms in your own Factorio game, where if I type HCl, I can tell it that when I type HCl, what I mean is, you know, the full word hydrogen chloride, and it would like see it as the same thing. Basically, if you could have nicknames in the search, that would be cool. Acetone. How much do I need? I'm gonna start with 35K. Yeah, 600 a minute. That's plenty. There is probably an OS level thing, but I wouldn't want it to be an OS level thing. Let's see, fluid request. 1, 2, we got 5 solids, but 2 of them are gonna be smaller. Probably still need a bigger chest here. Definitely will need a station control. Getting faster at that. So for nichrome, we're gonna do like what, 4 stacks? For lard, if I do 10 stacks at a time, how many minutes is that? Yeah, that's only like 15 minutes of production, which would give me 10 stacks of epoxy. So that's about right. Oh, Derpamu made a mod. Cool. Colloquial names. I like that. And we're gonna have to measure some things here to determine whether we create. That's not the right kind of collimator. This will make the lard request. If certain things are true, which would be epoxy less than a certain amount. I don't know, 2,500 or something, and then we'll make sure that the other ingredients are available. Which is a little tricky because that means I have to measure acetone. I guess I could just measure BPA, hydroxide, iron plate. This is confusing. Oleochemicals. I just don't want it to request... no, I guess if it requests lard, as long as I have enough storage space, it'll always get processed. I guess we just need to see if we have nichrome. That's all. In fact, if I let glycerol buffer... No, we don't want to do it that way. Because then we end up not consuming the lard. So what I need to do is read the buffer size of glycerol. That's what we do. And if it's above a certain amount, we stop requesting lard. And then from there, I don't need to worry about it. Or maybe I'll just read the amount of ECH. One of those two, something like that. So here, I don't care about how much epoxy we have. I care about how much ECH we have. Yeah, and we'll figure out the number later. And Mr. Mello, we will get your name in game. Don't worry. Hey, John Meinl, welcome, welcome. Yes, we are getting so close to red circuits. In fact, we might be ready for it. Are we ready for the big ripcord? We might be. Let me check on borax again, make sure that that's still in its thing. I wonder how long it's gonna take for that to catch up. I'm very scared about that. Because I might not be making enough borax, period. Like, I don't really know. It seems like it was keeping up, but only time will tell. Our average has been 577, and it looks like we can produce up to 1,000. So I think we'll be okay. It's making about twice the rate that we need, but given we spent an hour without it, that means it's gonna take an hour to catch up. Okay, where are red circuits? Oh, there. Again, with these icons not being very visible from a zoomed out view. It feels like my only option is to use like ASCII art or something to make a giant icon, but even that's not visible if you put buildings over it, so there's really no options for like a big tag. That just feels so weird to me. It's like, why can we not make a big tag in Factorio? There's nothing that gives you any sort of resolution on this level of zoom out other than the text, which also feels like it gets lost in all of the visual noise of tracks and buildings and pipes and everything. So yeah, I don't know. Specific complaint, but a complaint nonetheless. A welcome one, to be sure. Still no nice eye. You can't scale the tags. There's a number, but that's for snapping, which feels like, I guess if you wanted all your tags to be in a grid, that's what that's good for. I've never cared once to change the snapping on those things. Let's see. Nice eye's got to be very close, right? Yeah, no, it's literally arriving like right now. It's already arrived. Wait, what's going on? Why is this? What's happening? Ah, we're just not loading the nice eye. Oh. Oh. Easy. I don't think I need 100. Alright, and then I need a fast inserter here. And that, my friends, will be our first red circuit. Yay! Also, welcome Matthew from the YouTube end of things. You could use the signal green tag. I guess you could use the different colors as pixel art. That's actually a hilarious idea. And with snapping, it would let you arrange them in a perfect grid. Oh yeah, Marky Mark. You let microfiber go empty, which caused filtration media to shut down. Filtration media, it's already a component in a lot of important things, and that only gets more true the further the game goes. I've seen a lot of recipes that bring in filtration media at like the second tier of something or whatever. So yeah, no filtration media is pretty high on the list of no-nos. No filtration media is really bad. Something like no moss or no, you know, fiber or no wood would be really bad. No hydroxide, that's an ingredient in a lot of things these days. Batteries, circuits, obviously also on that list. Yeah, I mean, we are literally going to make red circuits as soon as this inserter gets here. Which is right here. Here we go. Wait for it to load up all the stuff. It's gonna take a second. Oh yeah. Gimme, gimme, gimme. It's running. The overly noisy, annoying chip shooter machine. Woohoo! Red circuits, 304 hours. Wait, it only makes 2 at a time. What? Oh, right. I'm providing some. Okay, I was like, what's going on there? I'm scared. And then I thought for a second that the inserters were stacking, which also had me very confused. Because I'm like, they don't do that. So, all right. Wow. Wow. Cool. We're making red circuits. It's just gonna keep happening. Screenshot noise. All the bots are in the way. That's fine. How are the bots doing, by the way? Not good. I'm curious if that'll catch up or not. Huh. Alright, well, we've got red circuits. Is there anything I can do with them, like in the immediate, very immediate sense? I don't think so. Oh, I can make Navins. And Navins Codex. Which is necessary for Sam, which is necessary for basically everything tier 2 and Kim. But apart from that, everything else requires additional steps. Yeah, I think I need more logistics bots, actually. Let me go add a few more. I'll trickle them in. I'll start with 25 more. Even at my Zen pace, I beat you by over 200 hours. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've definitely rushed a little more than I think maybe I should have sometimes. As much as I've tried to do Zen, I don't know if I've been 100% successful. Yeah, exactly, preschool. It's like I'm doing a lot of progress still, and like I've definitely taken detours that I wouldn't have taken without the Zen Garden mentality. But I still am kind of like, oh, I'll do it this easier way because that'll get me to where I want to be sooner. I'm not like, oh, let's build this fiber build to be 3 belts worth of fiber because I'll need that eventually. Some of that, though, is just knowing that I'll get a better recipe later and trying to balance that out. And some of it is also just trying to rush a little bit. So, like, if you compare my content from years ago to now, this is very Zen Garden. Like, for me, this is very Zen Garden. In grand total, though, I just put those in line. In grand total, it's still not perfectly Zen. What is going on? Somehow I keep adding it to the wrong one. Twice. There we go. Okay, but you know, now that I'm looking at this, we might not need more? What's going on? Is this inserter not able to keep up? You know what, that might actually be the problem. Not that this is supposed to run constantly anyway. Because I cannot afford 1 red circuit per second. nowhere near that. But yeah, okay, that's good. All right, so back to a little bit of work on the epoxy front. Let's do the regular request. So for wood, I just do 25. Hydroxide, 25. Iron plate, 25. Nichrome, we said 4. Even 4 feels like too much. It's 2 hours worth of production. I'm just gonna do 3 stacks. That's already got the acetone and HCl. Am I missing anything? The skin for backup glycerol production. I do need a high priority F provider for oleochemicals. Text plate, and then I'm gonna do something that helps me remember this. Oh, I remember that's a high priority. All right. Gotta craft a few of those. No, not concrete. Do iron. Which one did I actually build, though? Did I build concrete or iron? Oh, I did build concrete. That's funny. Alright, let's try that again. High priority. No, just a 5 is fine. Because this isn't byproduct oleochemicals, right? Like, this is... I mean, it kind of is, but it's not, right? Like, it's weird. Because actual byproduct oleochemicals, I'd still want to use before this recipe. But this is... If I'm making glycerol this way, it's cheaper if I need the glycerol and the oleochemicals. If I'm just making oleochemicals, I probably would make it the other way. Although, I'm not actually convinced. Nichrome is cheap enough that I'm thinking that the nichrome might be worth the lard savings. In which case, glycerol becomes a byproduct, because you get more oleochemicals anyway. I don't know. You're essentially spending nickel and chromium instead of a small amount of titanium. So if you cancel that out, it's not that big of a cost to get 50 more oleochemicals, which means you're spending less lard for the same amount of oleochemicals. So if you think about, like, whatever the ratio of 250 to 300 is, and then that times 20 lard, you're only spending 16.6 lard instead of 20 lard to get the same amount of oleochemicals. So if you think about it that way, you're spending 1 nichrome to save 2 titanium and 3 lard. And when you think about it that way, it's not that bad. What's up, Michael Stokes? Welcome, welcome. And yeah, name in game, Stualek. We'll get you here in a minute once we're done with the recording. This is oleochem from epoxy. For now, we'll just have that requesting the lard. And then that goes into... Why is this Harry Potter themed? Nice. All right, that goes into FTS reactor. Provides everything we need for a couple mixers, which also have no solids in them. Get ECH. Then we get 5 of these guys. I build out here. And a few of these. Okay. Then I need to copy the lignin setup, which is this. Oh, look. You know how I thought I'd never get biocrud? I screwed something up. What possessed me to think that this would work? Wait, no, something else is wrong. These aren't filtered. Okay. Wait, but I still might have done something wrong. Hold on. Let's not give Krydex a free pass yet. Because I'm still not actually convinced this is going to do what I want it to do. So what's up with this splitter? Right? Oh, no, I remember. It's cutting off the measurement. So... we're only inserting to make cellulose, to make lignin, to make phenol, if we have sufficient hydroxide. Why? Why did I do it that way? Why does that even matter? Oh, because if we have sufficient hydroxide, that guarantees the cellulose will get combined into lignin, which then guarantees the phenol. What I failed to do, first of all, was filter the output inserters, and what I also failed to do was not make it if we have enough bakelite. Like, we're not restricting... the production of cellulose based on bakelite. And when we stop producing cellulose, that will probably guarantee some amount of biocrud, because the numbers aren't all going to work out right. So yeah, some amount of biocrud is inevitable when it turns off, but I'm not turning it off in the first place. So we need to connect these guys up to... or do I just say if I have enough phenol supply? Maybe that's what I do. Maybe I only run the buildings if phenol is below a certain amount. And that kind of guarantees everything's fine. Okay, so yeah, we have 174, so when the phenol finally drops below 100 on the belt, then we start running these again. Okay, but unfortunately I have to go manually fix it. And then we'll probably call it a YouTube episode there, because we are at an hour somehow. I don't know where that hour went. Time really does fly. Where was this? Right here. Still missing that tidal plant. Oh gosh. Is copper at least running again? Nope. Borax still... okay, Borax is still running at least. It's just only a small amount of it is making it to the train station. Yikes. think we're okay now. We ended up with a healthy amount of biocrud, which I will put in a provider chest in case bots ever want some biocrud. The steel chest will fill up, but it's going to take an absurd amount of time. This is all temporary because we're going to make phenol and bring it in on trains. So this whole thing is temporary. Eventually I'm going to transition to making phenol with cumene. I think, is that actually better? Like, now that I'm looking at it, I was like, is that actually affordable? 10 cumene per... So 100 medium distillates gets me 20 phenol. Yeah, that still feels cheaper. Yeah, temporary in quotes. It actually is temporary because we have a specific recipe that will replace this. I don't know how long it'll take us to get to that, but that is the plan, and I will do that at some point. So I'm not too worried about that one being a fake temporary. Because phenol gets used for a lot of things, so we really need to redo that at some point. Okay, so red circuits are done because they're out of toroidal inductors. That's out of tin cable, which is probably a copper issue. Tin issue, basically the same though. And the tin issue is because we're out of tin. And we're out of tin because we're not anymore. It's working. Okay, consumption has been on the order of 130. We're not producing that much more than 130 though. Is it actually graphite that's holding us back? Could be. I could always ship in graphite. Usually. Oh wait, I screwed this up. It's supposed to have 2 inserters. I guess that's gonna make a slight difference. Yeah, I don't remember my specifications for this thing. Probably was this. And that's only 400 a minute. Still though, I should be getting 400 a minute. 0.143, so it's probably gonna be more like 350 a minute. Take off that extra graphite. But why am I not getting... Those make 4. PRCE, we're getting 1.6 graphite. Okay, that's probably 1.6 out of 2143. It's about 3/4, which we should see about 310 plates a minute. Huh. Hopefully this goes up a little bit with that change I made. 200 is not very good. Yeah, I've been decent about replacing temporary setups. The bigger issue is not so much the unwillingness to replace them, it's the forgetting what was temporary, and once I unlock the thing that allows me to replace it, I have no notes. I need to keep better notes on it and actually remind myself, like, oh, I need to replace this when the time comes, because there's lots of things I said I would replace and I just don't remember that I was supposed to replace it. So my recommendation to my future self and all of you is keep notes on that crap. Have I already unlocked a better tin, or is this the best I can do? It's actually the best I can do right now. So Kimsai. And it's a few into Kimsai too. It's not the beginning of Kimsai. So the best thing I can do for this would be to do this. I got so lucky right now. Boom. Now we're gonna have enough graphite. Easy. It's really funny. Wait, what are the... That's iron sticks. That looks a lot like graphite. That's really funny. Okay, just kidding. We don't have graphite. I could request graphite though, pretty easily. Am I not already doing that though? I'm literally making graphite like in all these separate places. I guess we only need it in some of them. But like lead needs it, aluminum needs it. Huh. Okay, so let's do 95 stacks, 144. We got plenty of stacks. Graphite. Doubt I'll need more than half, and by the time I do, I can use red belts. Alright. And I kind of like that because then we're prioritizing graphite from the base instead of this weird raw coal, make it on-site thing. This isn't a terrible method to make graphite on-site from raw coal. Especially once the buildings are Mark II and have modules and stuff, it'll be a little denser, so I don't know, it's not too bad. Sandor, good question. Possibility to request globally what's in a blueprint. Unfortunately, no. The game doesn't have a way to tell you what's needed and missing the material for construction. There's no way to read that signal. Feels like a really big oversight, personally, in my opinion, from the Factorio team to not be able to read. You can literally see it in a tooltip, flashing on your map, and there's no way to read that signal from a RoboPort. You can read the logistic network requests, and that'll be unsatisfied logistics. I don't know why there's not read construction network requests, which says unsatisfied construction network. Part of it could be that there's some other issues that cause these to be wrong sometimes. But yeah, not being able to read that is pretty frustrating for Space Age in particular, because you can't have planets request what they need for construction. You can only just buffer. And the problem is with the timing of everything, like let's say you have a ship that only stops by, you know, Vulcanus every 30 minutes, you don't want, you actually need to buffer a lot of buildings, because it's not like you want the ship to have to come by 10 times over the course of 300 minutes to get enough of the buildings. And so instead you just have to buffer pretty large quantities of everything you might want to build on every planet. Very frustrating design choice, in my opinion. Not being able to read how much you need. I think there is a mod that does it, but there's no way to do it in Vanilla Factorio. Preschool girl, that's not really true, because you'd need to have an auto mall first. And I mean, it's not really that different than an auto mall. It just allows you to produce on demand rather than produce before demand, is the only difference. Rygard! Okay, Rygard, I am very glad to see you. My immediate response was to try to shower you with recipe book comments, but I won't do that unless you want me to. I'll only do that if you ask me to. There are a couple things it can't do, but I don't wanna shower you with that. Okay, but you said feel free, so I mean, while we've got you, There's the one comment I made a long time ago. This one's less of a big deal, which is just that when the recipe for the baseline view of an item, like let's find an item that can be produced multiple ways, like this one. If it's red, aka it doesn't exist, like in this buildup of pie, it won't show up as being unavailable in recipe book. So recipe book kind of makes you think, oh, I can use this recipe, but it doesn't actually allow you to. And FNEI would show that. Do you guys remember the item in question? Was it, oh, shoot. What was the item that I ran into where this was a problem? There's like a 5% chance I remember this. Yeah, basically the item's hidden, but the recipe's not. It shows up here as being available. You think that this recipe's fine, but it's not. Similarly, another issue with this particular page is if productivity is allowed, it doesn't show it anywhere here. And so the only way I can find out if productivity is allowed in this recipe is actually using FNEI and going for air core inductors, clicking on this, and then I go up here, and I can see up here if productivity is allowed. Because if productivity is allowed, recipe book does not show you on this page that it is. So that was thing number 2. And finally, thing number 3 was a small quality of life request, which was just if I type copper here, excuse me, I'd like all of these to be merged into one mega tab and just have everything right here that fits my search. Rather than having to select the tab to find the thing, I'd rather have it all just in one mega tab. And that's just a quality of life thing. Those were, 2 of those were from before. One of them is new, and I actually think the new one of not showing productivity allowed is actually maybe the biggest issue, because it's actually significantly annoying because it's like, well, wait, how do I know if this allows productivity? Like, I actually have to go find the recipe in FNEI or go into the technology view to do that. Does Factoriopedia show it? That's a good question. Let's find a good example. I think the electric engines are a good example. Because I think these do allow productivity. So, how do I even open Factoriopedia again? I've forgotten how. Now that we have recipe book. Okay, I'll do it that way. Yeah, it does show it at the top there. Whereas in recipe book, it does not. So, yeah, that's that one. But yeah, sorry to pepper you. You did say feel free. I was okay not peppering you. I could have made a GitHub report with those. But anyway, thank you for listening. Okay, what were we in the middle of doing? We were watching our base slowly come to a screeching halt because of no borax. Is that still the case? This still hasn't fired up yet. Maybe we should be okay. I guess one thing I can do is just make more. We're not making 15 a second. Wait, what's going on here? This says we should be getting 17, but the belt's not full. Oh, that's because we have Diberain as part of the output. Oh, okay. Well, why don't we fit in a little bit more here? As I can. And throw a RoboPort right there. And then we can attach the water. Let's see. That's T-junction. Obviously, recipe book is perfect with no flaws. It's pretty close. It's been doing a lot of what I need it to do, but yeah, there've been a few small little things. I guess this whole belt is gonna have to get routed here, and then this is gonna get merged with this, and then merged with that. that should result in a pretty full belt. Can I do anything else here? Just looking for errors. Oh yeah, the muddy water. That's what it's called. This way. Pretty sure those are already attached, yeah, so that should work. Okay. I think that's good. I guess the final question is, do I have enough water? I'll just assume I do. Maybe that's a bad assumption, because those do actually use a decent amount of water. So why don't, just for safety purposes, we throw in an additional water pump somewhere. Fits. Let's just do that. And then a T-junction. Rotated properly. Okay, cool. All right, well, we're gonna keep streaming pretty much all day if I can, but we are gonna call it a YouTube episode there because we're at 1 hour and 17 minutes. So I do maybe want to answer these questions though if people on YouTube were curious what my answers were. So I'll answer these Twitch and YouTube comments and then we will be done with the episode. Having made our first red circuits, almost have a full stack of them now. I mean, we do have a full stack if we add it together. But yeah, that's beautiful. We have 300 already. So, Tanith, what advice would I have for someone who's just starting Pi alternative energy? Namely, is it a waste of time to try to beeline it to electric crafters? Electric crafters aren't very good. So yeah, that's a waste of time because I hate to disappoint you. This is one thing in Pi that I actually think should be rebalanced, but the automated factories are gigantic. Absolutely gigantic. Look at how big they are compared to this little assembler. They're more than 4 times as big. And they craft slower than a tier 2 assembler, and the tier 2 assemblers, regular ones, are actually pretty cheap still. So they're only good when they're needed, is my answer to that. They do get modules and stuff later, but they're just not very good in a general sense, and it's easier to just bring fuel to the burner assemblers, in my opinion. Yeah, once you have prod modulable things, that starts to change the equation. But until then, which is many hundreds of hours, there's nothing. Was it Fuwoji? So Fuwoji in recipe book. No, I don't think it's this one. This is the real recipe, I think. Right? Or is it not? No, it's not. Yeah, this is the bad one. That's exactly right. This is the bad one. Let's see FNEI here. So in FNEI, you can see here, yeah, this recipe it's not unlocked by anything. It doesn't exist. But this is the one that recipe book defaults to. So yeah. Okay, well. Vatamouse, I would suggest trying recipe book if you're playing modded, just because of the way that it does quite a few things. I think it's a bit better, but if you're playing unmodded, Factoriopedia is fine. How are you supposed to deal with the ash? Yeah, this is how. You just put it in a big pile of deposits, call it a day. And in the very early game, yes, this is what I did. This is what you do with ash. Early game pYanodon's. I think it's actually a clever design. As much as this doesn't feel like peak gameplay, I don't think it's a terrible game design choice because it gives you a little bit of a taste of what some of pYanodon's feels like. Not all of pYanodon's is like this, but there are times where you need to make 40 buildings. And that's not as common in other mod packs and overhauls. And so showing the player, like, sometimes you do just literally need a giant row of something is kind of a good taste of, like, here's what sometimes you have to do in the mod pack. And if you hate doing this, you might not like Pi, because this does show up sometimes. It's not all the time, but sometimes you gotta make just a giant stack of something. And so that's, you know, if we look at our base, like there are some giant stacks of things like moss. Not everything looks like that, but some do. Anyway, I really need to call it an episode. I'm going to keep streaming, and I'll start the next episode right after this. So for those of you from the future recorded version of YouTube, thank you for watching as always, and I'll see you guys next time. Rygard, regarding it's a pie bug, that's probably true. I think they've tried to hide, but it still would be nice if Recipe Book wouldn't allow itself to do this, because it's possible that that happens in other mods. The reason it happens in pie, by the way, is because not only have there been multiple iterations of certain recipes, like Fawoji used to not be a different thing before Alien Life. Well, it doesn't need to know which one's unlocked first, but shouldn't it know that it's not unlocked at all? Unlocked arbitrarily by scripts. Good point. Good point. I guess what I'm getting at is it should show that the technology, because there is no technology to research it, it should have a way to show that it's not available. Because like FNEI shows that recipe as red rather than, you know, green. So however FNEI is knowing green versus red, it'd be nice if Recipe Book would be able to show somehow red on that page. Would I guess that would be the request, I guess. Because Pi is not grouping the recipes correctly, FNEI is showing this as red? Is that what you're saying? I guess I'm just asking, how does FNEI know that I can't do this recipe? And could Recipe Book use the same logic? Because I don't mind too much if Recipe Book has this as the default page, because I can just look at all these. What I mind is more not being able to tell at a glance that I cannot actually produce this recipe. The item is unlocked, but the recipe isn't, but Recipe Book and Factoriopedia has them grouped together. So is that a thing where FNEI can do it because it's not grouping the item with the recipe? So this is actually something that FNEI can do that recipe can't do? Ooh, I know you're not gonna like that. Gotcha. Well, I guess that would be then a good thing to bug report to pYanodon's. And the reason, well, but the grouping in Recipe Book is important because doesn't that undo the whole base level page thing, which I really like because then it adds more clicks. But yeah, I guess what you're saying, Rygard, is there's no way for it to turn. It still feels like it should be able to do something on this page, even if it's not turned this red, because the item's unlocked. But shouldn't it be able to know that the recipe that is the one that's on this page is red? Again, in the same way that FNEI knows that the recipe is red, can't it tell what recipe this is and make something on this page red somewhere? I don't know. Again, I don't know anything about modding. That might not be possible. But it feels like it should be. But I know that doesn't translate to actual modding, so don't hear me wrong. I don't know anything about what I'm talking about. But yeah, I think I tried in the mod settings the Recipe Book. Where was it? Oh, it doesn't actually show up there. Right. Thought I tried the setting you're talking about, but maybe it's a different one. Yeah, I tried these and I feel like I didn't like either of them. I think none felt really weird to me. I don't remember what this one did. Actually not what I wanted. Yeah, this just puts all the recipes in here. I feel like there was a reason I didn't love this version. Yeah, it's because when I click on this, it doesn't take me to primers as an item. It takes me to the recipe. I want, when I click on that, I want it to take me to this page. And so that's why I don't like that setting. Well, I like the poison I had picked earlier. I just didn't like that it doesn't tell me that the recipe I'm looking at is impossible to actually make. Which, again, to be fair, like you said, is pYanodon's fault in many capacities. But what am I doing here? For yeah, so if I click on primers, I want to, with one click, be able to see, and I'd be okay if this wasn't here and they were all down here, but I want to have the recipes and the used in and the made in and the unlocked by. I want to have that available from the one click from the used in portion of another page. So that's why I like it this way. Because it saves me a click. And if you know anything about Krydex, it's that I don't want to have to click twice. That's... Right, this is listing recipes, but if I click on... Oh. You know what? I guess that's now my new request. Because I've run into this... Yeah, I've run into this sometimes. I guess I kind of wish that when you clicked on these recipes, it would just take you to the item, not the recipe. I guess that requires it to know which item the recipe produces, though, because if you make like 5 different items, it wouldn't know which item to go to. So yeah, no, I agree. That's horrible. It would only work for things with one product, like this. Yeah, so I guess it only does what I like when you click on the base level recipe for it. It doesn't do what I like anyway if I click on that. I still have to click twice. So I guess the grouping isn't maybe saving me as much as I thought it was. Huh. Ask the pie team to hide it and everything's solved. Well, I would argue that like recipe book is still incapable of handling a not edge case. What's the word I'm looking for? A fairly common, maybe not best practice. I agree with you that it's not a good practice for mods to be that way, but like it's shown up in other mods and it probably will show up in more mods in the future. So recipe book being able to handle it could be nice. Because it's not like a weird, crazy edge case bug. It's something that modders could do for any number of reasons. Maybe they're lazy, maybe they forgot, maybe they had an old recipe but changed it and then disabled it, but they didn't disable it in the right way because they don't know how to. It's something that could show up for a lot of reasons. And so having recipe book being able to handle that is more of a like, recipe book is being the bigger man in the situation, you know, like I'll handle it even if the other mods won't. And like, obviously that's not your responsibility as a modder, but it is a nice feature for your users to kind of give them that safety valve where if their mod didn't do something right, the user doesn't get punished for it for using recipe book as well with the mod, if that makes sense. I think that makes sense. Now, what is this search materials only? You talked about that, and since we're in between videos, and I will do all the name and game requests here in a minute as well. I'm curious what that does. So you're saying search materials only and disable grouping. Looks the same. Did I not save my settings? Oh, in the search pane, it's only items and not recipes. Oh, I see. And then since it's not grouping, it always goes to the item page over here. But then if you click on a recipe, it takes you to the recipe page, which then could get you on another item page. Huh. Do I like that better? I don't know. Now, Rygard, that last comment, I very much yes to that. Because that's just a huge quality of life boost for at least the way I've been using Recipe Book. If there's only one, it'll just default to saving you that click. Because that's like what Helmod does, for example. If there's only one way to make an item, when you click the ingredient on Helmod, rather than bringing up the window with all the things with that as a product, it just automatically adds the line. So that would kind of be a similar version. I'm not sure if I like this more or less. What do I think? If I type iron, before it was giving me all the recipes, now it's just showing me iron plate, and then here are all the recipes. I don't know. Maybe I'll just keep it this way for a minute and try it out. I'll try it out this way. See how I feel. Because I'm still not sure, like, what is the grouping actually doing for me, right? Like, what it's doing is it's showing me if I happen to click on the base level recipe for an item, then it saves me a click. But if, like for saline water here, if I click on the one that isn't the base level recipe, it doesn't save me a click anyway. Oh wait, grouping's not on. So it saves you a click sometimes if you clicked on the base level recipe. I think I'm gonna keep search materials only on. That feels like it just declutters a little bit. Because I'm not ever searching for recipes over here. So like, no, it saves you a click a lot of the time. Sorry. Okay, that's what I thought there was something else going on here about grouping. Grouping is better than I was just thinking. It always saves you a click when you're clicking on the item from an ingredient list. That's where it always saves you a click. It doesn't always save you a click when you're looking at the, where's something that's made a bunch of ways? Methanol. So like, if you're looking at, wait, didn't I turn grouping back on? Why is this not grouped? How did I turn grouping back on? What's going on here? Okay, now I'm confused. Why is methanol not showing me the recipe then? Is it the materials only? I guess it can't figure out which one is the base level for methanol. Okay, that's fine. It's just, I guess I picked a bad example then. What would be a better example? Okay, copper. So copper, for example, if I click on copper, or if I'm looking at something that has copper plates as its ingredient, when I click on that, it takes me to the grouped page where I can see the alternative recipes for copper plus the core level recipe plus what it's used in. If grouping's off and I click on that copper plate, well, it'll still take me to the item page, because this isn't a recipe anyway. So having grouping off doesn't punish me there either. Also, what's the middle one? What's the middle option do here? Also, AP, Clown Gaming, hello, hello. You reached bots yesterday. Congratulations. That is such a good feeling in Pi. Yeah, what's the exclude recipes? I don't know if I understand that. So... click on a machine. I don't know if I'm understanding what's different about this. It groups the item and entity, but not the recipe. Oh, wait. You're just talking about... Oh, that's the... I don't look at entities all that often. So that's pretty much the same as none for me, as far as grouping. But I'd rather have the entity grouped with the item, so I might as well... because that's the only thing this groups. I feel like grouping mode for this should almost be called group entities and items rather than exclude recipes, because that's really, it's really the same as, it's closer to none than it is to some, if that makes sense. I see, item entity. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'd rather have that than not, if that's the only difference. I'm still just trying to understand what the heck's going on here with the whole grouping versus not, and when it saves me a click and when it doesn't. I'm still kind of confused on when grouping saves me a click now. When is grouping ever saving me a click? If I click on the primary way to make something, like what's something that's used in a lot of stuff? Wood. So if I were to click on this when grouping's on, it still would have taken me to this page. And to get to the full Yadol's page, I would have needed 2 clicks. So grouping only saves me a click when? What are the conditions that grouping saves me a click? I feel like I'm feeling like it's barely ever. It's only if I click on the thing that recipe book sees as the main way to make it, right? Isn't that the only time grouping saves me a click? Which would be like this version of betting would have taken me straight to here, but the other 2 wouldn't have. I guess. I thought there was 3 ways to make betting. Yeah. Oh, it's the 3rd way, but. Yeah, Rygard, I remember reading or hearing various, things around like the naming conventions internally, and like mods did things weird, and yeah, I don't know, I don't fully understand it, but yeah, I'm still feeling like having grouping off only costs me a click if I was clicking on the recipe for the base level item, which would have been this one, because now I have to do that to get to cellulose. Sorry, I don't know why this is breaking my brain so much. So, because grouping has really not been doing as much for me as I thought it has been. I think that's what I'm realizing. But I still can't decide if I want to turn it off. I don't know. Might as well save the click sometimes, right? The only thing grouping costs me, which I think Ryguard's gonna fix, is the productivity piece. Which will, you know, that one will probably be fixed. So at that point, it doesn't really matter. Wait, didn't I turn grouping back on? Clearly not. I did something wrong. I did. I guess it just doesn't know the base recipe for cellulose. I guess there's a lot of things in pie where it doesn't have a primary recipe. So again, grouping doesn't help me there. Anyway, so yeah, I guess what you're learning, Ryguard, is that I've probably been more happy with grouping off than I think I have been. All right, let's get these names in game. Also, Ryguard, I do like recipe book now. I've gotten very used to it. I'll tell you why. The only reason, if it didn't have this where you alt-click something and it opens it up from every possible view, if it didn't have that, I would not be as into it as I am. The fact that you can just alt-click on something and get to, like, and be like, oh, boom, that's what makes recipe book so nice for me. I think if the old recipe book had been able to do that, could it do that? But I feel like I don't remember it being able to do that in so many places. Good, interesting. I don't remember that being so easy to get to. Well, whatever. Maybe I was just a curmudgeon and it took me a while to come around. Who knows? That being said, the oh shoot, what was I gonna say? There was one other little thing. What was it? Oh, I think it had to do with just left clicking on that taking you to Factoriopedia instead of recipe book. Was that what I was gonna talk about? You have to alt click it. Maybe that's not disableable, I don't know. Yeah, nothing you can do about that. Okay. No, there was something else. What was I gonna say? There was something else about recipe book that I just thought of 3 seconds ago. And now I've unthought of it again. Oh, and this is probably nothing to do with you again. Like, there's nothing you can do about this. I'm guessing this is very much a Hellmod thing. But in Hellmod, you can't alt-click these guys. You can click on this and then alt-click it from here, which is nice. And I do that a lot. But not being able to alt-click it from here. But again, I'm guessing that's a Hellmod thing. Alright, so name in game. We got Mr. Mellow. Okay. If you guys have particular requests for where these name in games go, let me know. Mr. Mellow. I might put you by the... by the phosphates. Seems like a decent spot. 8, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I do like recipe book having the chunk of recipes all in one and not having a tooltip delay. Between all that, it's mostly replaced FNEI for me at this point. All right, Ryguard, hey, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for allowing me to talk about your mod. I maybe did too much of that, so sorry about that, but I appreciate you listening. And enjoy your stream. Loudest complainers are the biggest fans. That is a good point. I appreciate that the, in general, Factorio dev team has taken that approach. most of the time. Low. Boom. All right, and Stualak. I'm gonna drop the 314 because that's probably too many letters, and we'll put you over by maybe over by the rubber. No, oh wait, did I screw up the spacing? Oh, you're right. Yeah, this is one tile. Far. All right, there we go. Thank you, Dave. I'm gonna put you by the rubber because this is gonna have to be expanded at some point. Though that does mean no, I think I'm gonna put it there. I'm gonna put it above the rubber. Need another robot port. All right, limestone. Bam, bam. S. Ooh. Little grass is making it hard to see. The 2 O's. I feel like I do this every time. O and C. Perfect. All right. Hydration, which reminds me, I'll leave that for a second because I gotta go get some water. I've got coffee, but I'm supposed to drink water and coffee, not just coffee. Pyionic Shambles, where did you end up? Well, I know you're in the, oh my gosh, what is going on here with radar coverage? I know you're in the Zen Garden. Did you do a regular Twitch name in game as well? Because if so, it's here somewhere. I don't have an index of where they all are. And if it was before I stopped streaming, it could be in the old part of the base too. There's a lot of names buried in here somewhere. There's an Iron Ghost. I don't know. Not seeing it. Sandor, as far as the alt left click, is that even a binding? I don't remember binding that for recipe book. Did I bind that for recipe book? I wonder what lists everywhere does. I don't know what that does. It's possible I unbound Alt plus left click to Factoriopedia. It's still on Alt right click apparently. Let's just unset that entirely. It's possible you need to unbind Factoriopedia from it for it to work properly. All right, Vatamouse. Let's put you in an area that is sure to grow at some point, which is going to be the moss, maybe? Yeah, the moss needs a name. All right. See you later, Tayus. Thanks for hanging out. Always a good time. All right. Baddie mouse. Boom. God, it's hot in here. I need to turn off that heater. Whew. Oh, I don't know why I didn't even notice how warm it was getting in here until a second ago. Okay, let me catch up on whatever's going on IRL real quick. All right, let me go get my hydration real quick. And I'll be right back. I don't have quick break anymore. Oh no. Ew. Guess you guys will just have to know it's a break. I'll BRB. Oops, I was muted. Thanks, VS. What I was just talking about, which you guys heard none of, was me ranting for a second about how I don't understand the difference between contrast, gamma, and brightness. I know they're different. I know one of them has to do with like the dark and light spots. One of them has to do with like just the whole thing applying more or less brightness to it. That might be brightness. I'm not really sure. But then what's the difference between gamma and contrast? If brightness is the simple one, what are the other two? I don't know. I don't know. But big research, just researched. We've got the whole freaking stack size 2 on inserter hands thing done. So now this is our new inserter speed, 2.35 according to inserter throughput. That's a huge boost. Mechanical handed inserters now have 1.5, which is awesome. And fast inserters are going to be zooming. Fast inserters claim 4.4 on a straight and 7.5 on a 90 degree. That's awesome. Okay, well that's a huge boost to inserter efficiency. Most things aren't worth going back and fixing, but if I ever have UPS issues, it's probably a couple hundred inserters I could remove from the base at this point. Do I want to go find them all? No, I do not. So brightness shifts the curve up and down. So that's what I thought, I think, right? That's just like straight up making the whole, like every pixel, if you're just calling, you know, keep the color what it is, but changing the from black to white, like brightness of that pixel from 0 to 255. Brightness just increases all the pixels by the same amount, I think. You're saying gamma is non-linear from low to high, change the curve. I don't understand that. Contrast shifts the slope. So that's multiplying the brightness. So by increasing the contrast, you'll never turn a black spot brighter, is what you're saying. But you'll turn a spot that was maybe 80% bright into 100% bright. So the lighter something is, the more it benefits from contrast going higher. The more it's increased by contrast going higher. Okay. And then gamma, I guess, is the one I still don't understand. You're saying the log of x plus gamma. So gamma would affect brights. If a spot is already bright, gamma won't really touch it by increasing gamma. Like, again, I'm just going from 0 to 255 here. Probably should think 0 to 100. But if you're thinking 0 to 255, if the pixel was, let's say, at half of that, let's say 120, and your gamma represented 120, then that would be 240. And the log of 240 compared to the log of 120 is not that much bigger. But for something like 0 plus 120, you know, and it probably wouldn't start at 0, not because you can't take the log of 0, but, you know, let's say it was like 5. The log of 125 is very different than the log of 5. So at least in that sense, increasing gamma would vastly brighten the dark spots and not so much the bright spots. So then a negative gamma would vastly darken the smallish, like things that are low light would go to 0 pretty easily, but things that are brighter wouldn't get touched as much. This is totally unrelated to pYanodon's, but I find it interesting. Log isn't the right function. Yeah, I'm maybe reading a little too deep into what you wrote, but that helps. At least the gist of it. I still think I don't understand totally the difference between gamma and contrast. But I at least understand that it's non-linear, whereas contrast is linearly applying to all things. So I feel like if you have, sorry, I guess we're still talking about this. So if you had a curve that was like this, and you raised the brightness, here, let me make a, we'll do a box. So like each given pixel here, you know, is representing a certain brightness. So if you were to, screw this up. So if you were to raise the brightness, it would just do this to your curve. If you were to lower the brightness, it would do, you know, this. If you were to increase the contrast, it would do this. So like things that were already close to white just all become white, and things that were already close to black become all black. Or more accurately, it would, if you lower contrast, it would do something like this, where like nothing would any longer be true black or true white. And then something like gamma would maybe make it a not, you know, is it gonna like make it like a curve, like a logistic curve or quadratic curve, you know, make it look like that or something? Or the other way, if you go negative gamma. Interesting. Contrast is a bit off. I did contrast wrong. Increases the difference between the lightest and darkest. No, that feels like I did that right. Because by doing this, you've uniformly applied a squashing that will decrease the difference between the lightest and darkest pixels. At least with the way you phrased contrast, what I showed over here was that. Anyway. Cool stuff. Science. Okay, now I can check off hydrate off the list, and we can actually play the game again. So next on the list of to-dos is finishing epoxy. I'll probably start doing some rail BPs in the midst of this stuff, and then we'll do maybe advanced Sparts and red belts after that. Oh, I need to take a screenshot. I did take a screenshot. All right. Hello everyone, Krydax here, and welcome back to pYanodon's Season 3. In the last episode, we got red circuits, finally, and between episodes, I was doing some names in games, and we finished very important research, this guy. Now, all of our basic inserters, like mechanicals, regulars, and fast inserters, have a hand size of 2, which means we've got much faster insertion for all of these. Look at those numbers. Beautiful. Even from a belt, they're still quite nice. 2.3 on the yellows, 4.4 on the blues. So that's a huge change. That really helps. Like, it helps a lot of places. You know, there's a lot of things where I have 2 inserters that now I only need 1 because they're basically twice as fast. They're not fully twice as fast because, you know, the belt takes a moment to move out of the way for the second item to drop. They are exactly twice as fast for building to building, chest to chest, you know, any inventory to inventory, they're twice as fast. And they won't stack onto belts. So it doesn't allow regular inserters to do stacking. It just means they hold 2 per swing. We do have belt stacking with stack inserters, of course, which now hold 16 instead of 13. And regarding stacking, we will get an upgrade. Is it not called stack? What is it called? What is this called? It's so weird that the stack is not in the name of this research. We do get the next one very soon. So we'll get to stacks of 4 instead of 3, which is pretty huge. So between that and red belts and faster inserters, we got all sorts of bonuses. I do find it interesting. Is there no second tier of stack inserter? Like a faster one? It seems there's not. Yeah. I mean, obviously the hand size upgrades will apply. To the bulk upgrades, of which there are a few more, but there's not that many more. So I don't love, I guess red belts will pretty effectively increase the speed of them. So that's a thing. And I could figure out the jank of making them 90 degrees if I really wanted to. But I probably won't end up doing that. And that obviously makes them faster. But that feels a little bit like cheating. Bob's Inserters is already like cheating, but this one would feel more like cheating. But yeah, I find it interesting. There's no like tier, there's no fast stack inserter. Yeah. Because those can only move. We tested it on a yellow belt and it was like 12 items a second was our number, I think. I can always measure again. Ooh, I can measure again. Let's measure again. Because we have the thingy. The 10 sec averager. Ta-da! Where do I put the input on this? I don't remember how this thing works. That's funny. I don't actually. I assume it's this. What's happening here? What's the chain of events? Yeah, it's gotta be this one, right? Okay, so if I put... What do I have the most of in my inventory? Somehow I don't have a stack of ash. There we go, stone bricks. No, that's not right. Oh, it is right. Are you the guy? I think this is the one. Yeah, that's about right. Okay. So if I'm averaging 92 on the belt, now I have to do more math. 92 on 7 belts. What does that actually mean? Why is my brain unfunctional? There's also items on the bit that go to here. What did I do last time? Did I do... Because it'd be 92 divided by 7 belts. So that's how many per belt. But then in terms of items per second, each belt would have 8 items to have 15 items a second. So I need to multiply by that speed ratio. Well, divide by it. So times 8 over 15. Because if you have 8 items... No. You do multiply by 15 over 8. If you have 8 items, you multiply by 15 over 8. 8 items equals 15 items a second. So theoretically, this is doing 24 items a second? That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right. I don't think that's right. What's going on here? Why don't I only measure a... I think part of it's because of the where I'm measuring. It's tricky to measure just specific belt sections. I guess we do it this way. We don't read whole belt. We just read those individuals. There we go. Okay, so now we're reading exactly 3 belts. That's how I should have done it before. Okay, so now what's going on? Give you all the stone bricks. Try again. So now we're reading 3 belts. So whatever we get, we should multiply. At this time we could have stopwatched it. Yeah, I guess we could have. Now I take our number, divide by 3 times the 15/8. And that should give us our items per second. Was I already factoring that in? Is that part of the problem? I have no idea what this did. I don't remember. Alright, well it is settling down around 40. That gives me 25 items a second. Again, that can't be right. It's 3125, and why am I doing 3125? I mean, did I already factor this all in and I'm just supposed to read 1 belt and that is my average? You know, that might be the answer. I might have pre-done all the math with the combinators. I feel like that's actually what I did. I think I just read 1 belt. I think I already designed all the multiplication into the number. Yeah, because we were getting 12 a second before. We should be getting slightly more now because it's exactly 5 stacks of 3 instead of 4 stacks of 3. So it should be slightly faster. Yeah, now we're getting 13. Okay. Yeah, you just measure 1 belt. That's all this needs to work properly. I already did the math. I was trying to double do the math. Well, thank you for indulging me, everybody. I don't know if it's 13.5. Did we get the remainder somewhere? I don't remember. Oh well. Okay, so 13, maybe 13 and a half items a second for the stack inserters. But what will really make them faster is red belts, right? If I have a red belt there, it'll drop its stacks much faster. Another thing I can do... we've never tested this. I think it's worth testing. You guys are rolling your eyes like, he just deleted it! Ah, he was finally gonna play the game again. No, this is actually a big deal. Is this. I actually think this will, or at least something like this, can increase the rate by like a lot. Wait, what? Oh. doing that wrong. It's not. Is it actually going on the left? No, there's no bricks going to the left. Yeah, yeah, okay. Maybe it's like this. That does it. Oh, I see 14. 15. Does it get faster if I then merge those? Or does that not change anything? I'm not really sure. I need to make this reset itself. Okay, what do we got here? Whoa, 17? That's a huge boost from 13. Okay. Exactly. Why play the game if you can do experiments? How's it going, Simeon? The Zen Garden is going well. But yeah, this is definitely faster. Because the splitter, like, immediately takes it to the side every other stack, and that makes it drop faster than the yellow belt would have taken it out of the way. Okay, so that gets us 17. The next question is about undergrounds. What's that do for us? Honestly, though, I love doing these experiments. I think it's so neat. Okay, this doesn't change anything. We're still at 13. Is it going this way? I swear one of these did something different. Maybe I'm making that up. That doesn't look any faster. Yeah, it feels like it's going to be the same thing. Okay. What about going this way? Oh, it's when picking up from the belt. Thank you. Okay, I knew there was something going on here. I was like, wait, what? But yeah, this couldn't possibly drop faster than one lane. So the splitter method is the only way to get it to drop faster. This would be the only way to get it to drop faster. Underground belts won't do that. Okay, well, it's good to know if stack inserter output is very close to what we need, but not enough, we can offload sideways onto a splitter to eke out another like 25% of the rate. Now we know. I love knowing things. All right, let's get back to our epoxy build here. Ridiculous stuff, I swear. These shenanigans are in no way less cheaty than Bob's inserters. Oh, I hard disagree with that. I think they're way more valid than Bob's inserters. If you're comparing them on general validity, I think these shenanigans are very much valid. Like, I've even heard some people say that like this isn't valid for like doing it, and it's like, wait, what are you talking about? Like, first of all, it's a very clear game mechanic that one lane is blocked and one isn't. Second, and this is something that some people have noticed, is that the little side opens up there. Look at the art. Look at the art on the splitter. When you connect the belt, boom, it opens up that little spot for it. So there you go. Very much intended. It's even built into the art. And in reality, I think all of the things that you can combine with vanilla are pretty much intended. Especially because it's not like the boost you get is like very strong. Like what I just did with the stack inserter, all we got was 25% more speed. It's not that much more speed, right? Like if it tripled the rate, that could maybe feel a little weird because it's like a very tricky game mechanic that you just would do randomly trying stuff out that would boost your speed by 3. That would be too good. Yeah, I agree. But it's not that good. So I don't really see it as a problem. It's not necessary. There's lots of things you can do in the game that boost your efficiency by a little bit that aren't necessary. I guess, and look, this is very much an opinion-based thing. I'm not saying like you're wrong if you disagree. I think that it's okay for games to have mechanics that intrinsically are hard or arguably impossible for players to discover, as long as those mechanics don't feel necessary or required. If they feel very optional, very much like, oh, I never knew you could do that, that's kind of cool, and then you end up never using it anyway. As long as that's how it feels when you learn that such things exist, I don't have a problem with them. It's when it feels like you learn something and you're like, oh my god, I could have been doing that the whole time, but how would I have ever known to do that? I never would have figured that out. And like, I've been playing a shadow of a game because I didn't know I could do that. If that's how it feels when you learn about the mechanic, then I think it probably should have been more discoverable. But in this case, I don't think, you know, that's the type of mechanic we're talking about here. It's a very minor boost, very much not necessary. It even takes extra space. So it's like, it has a downside. It has an actual downside. It requires you to build a splitter where you didn't previously have one. It takes extra space. So it doesn't really feel like it's that big of a hack. All right, ECH goes directly to the destination. Close up. By this metric, there's no valid electronic or mechanical reason inserter hand should be restricted to 180. Yeah, so that gets into a different question. I don't know if that's really the same conversation. That's a different conversation of like, oh no, what have we done? I'm gonna do it this way. No, I'll just make it one tile to the right. Yeah, and that's an interesting question. Like, players have debated Wooba on this for centuries, as to whether 90-degree inserters should be in the base game or not. Their reasoning is mostly something that I agree with. I wouldn't say I agree 100%, but I'd say I'm closer to 100 than 0, which is more than 50. I think it's pretty good reasoning, which is just like the emergent gameplay of only having straight inserters is better than the freedom of being able to do 90-degree inserters. It also, in some ways, and there's a lot of angles you could take with it. It's like, it can reduce spaghetti a little bit to only have straight inserters. If players have too many moving pieces, it can be more confusing. You get into a lot of, like, the balance of inserter speed is thrown off if inserters are faster when they're 90 degrees. Personally, what I wish for is a Bob's Adjustables that somehow slows down the inserters so they maintain the same rate. It's not really possible unless they made a separate, you know, actual entity for every configuration, and then that introduces different kinds of jank that I wouldn't like. So, like, I don't want that. Custom drop lane, I actually agree with. I think that should be in the base game because I actually think players have to do more jank to get things to be on the correct lane. And I think that harms new players more than it helps them. So at least when it comes to the drop lane, I'm of the opinion that should be in the base game. As far as the 90 degree, I think that's okay not being in the base game. What's up, Empathy? Welcome, welcome. There's also the reality that with Space Age, like having legendary and stack stuff, like there's less of a need than ever before to have 90-degree inserters. What am I doing here? I'm gonna get wood and hydroxide go on the same. And then we need the iron. Wait, where does the iron go? Oh, iron goes to the epoxy, as well as hydroxide. The nichrome and lard go to the same place. Let's do that. Now, why is this... Oh, the signal is the count, not the stacks. I've made this exact mistake before. Okay, and then for the lard and nichrome, bring those around. Bring them out here. Bring that up. Oh, wow. We only have one building. Right. Okay. Okay, and then we'll do the wood and hydroxide over here, which will make the phenol, and then we also need the iron. So this will have the iron. Yeah, and as far as like the lane drop-off option, they could definitely gate it behind like green or even blue science in vanilla, and I think that would be plenty appropriate. Alright, check this out. See, speaking of shenanigans, look at this. This is just beautiful. You know, that way we get the hydroxide getting side-loaded onto the other side with iron, but we keep the hydroxide and wood on the belt for that. I love these shenanigans. Alright, and then that's only fluids. We could get some bio crud here, so I need to handle that. Shouldn't be a lot. But it is possible. That goes there. I also need to guarantee that we take bio crud out in case it spoils in there. And that's good. We need water for just that. It's good to be with you again, Twitch. It's been a while since we've gotten to hang out. This is fun. Alright, so... I guess the glycerol... Were we providing glycerol from this? I don't remember. Like, I know we need it for other stuff, but... yeah, we are gonna need it. Okay. So this is a high priority for oleochems, which means we're gonna need a separate one for glycerol. It's right here. I'm still far from one. We never get one, unfortunately. I mean, I guess Tholin's might be a good one. But yeah, this is the one I'll use when I'm not using the lard one for oleochems, which I need to add in this recipe. Why don't I just throw a chemical plant back here just so I remember that that's there. Once I unlock that, I can add in that alternative. And I don't have to worry about spoilage in that alternative either, which is nice. Okay, so then what we want to do is we need a little tank for buffering the oleochemicals here. How do I want to do this? So yeah, we'll buffer the oleochemicals. You know, I can just attach things. Oh, sorry, this is glycerol. I'm saying the wrong word. We'll buffer the glycerol and use it for ECH first, and then we'll overflow that on 90 to pump over to the providing. which is here. Okay. Then we need another RoboPort and a lamp. Okay, and then from there, glycerol is being provided. Good to go with that. Oleochems are not hooked up yet. So then the oleochems... Did I mean to buffer oleochems and not glycerol? Yeah, I did. Yeah, that doesn't need to be buffered. Okay, that's still fine the way it is, but I just don't need to buffer it. Yeah, it's oleochems that we need to have a buffer for. Which is what I originally said. I was correct on that front. I'm actually gonna do the rare diagonals there, and then we'll have an overflow on this that then goes to the high priority right there. Alright, so we'll buffer 9,000 oleochems first before we do that. And we need a third amount of the oleochems as glycerol, so that should be enough. Yeah, this freaking station is always disconnected from power. I really need it. That's what we're going to do in this stream. Fix that blueprint. Lamp. Okay, how are we doing? We're getting there. Oleochems will be hooked up after that. Then we've got ECH flowing, which then is connected to these guys. Then they'll have ECH. Throw down some inserters, and then they've got iron and hydroxide. So now we just need the BPA, which needs the phenol. So then we've got this guy, kind of, just for now, giving us... need over here. I'm gonna copy. I guess this whole thing. Highlighting up there. What is that? Underground. Do I need it? Yeah, I do. Alright. I'm just gonna copy the whole shebang. And then it won't let me horizontal flip it because it's got a stupid rail signal in it. So, okay, fine. Now will you let me flip it? No, because it has annoying pipe to grounds. Alright, whatever. Okay. That does it. Phenols here. And we'll go behind these buildings. What? Okay, now that's odd. Oh, those are mechanical inserters. Oops. You know what? This is gonna screw up my muscle memory for a while, but we're done. If I want mechanical inserters, I'll go get them somewhere else. We are officially moving on. No more mechanicals. Alright. Read that belt, delete this belt. And that's still got the same restriction. I think we're good. I think we're good. Okay, so then that's the output of BPA, which then needs to get loaded onto a belt, which is going to be, I guess, this one. Oh, yep. I'm gonna waste a lot of resources is what's gonna happen, because I'm gonna be building a lot of whatchamacallit, I'm gonna be accidentally building a crap ton of fast inserters when I didn't mean to. I can tell you right now that's gonna happen a lot. Okay, so that's still measuring hydroxide the way it should be. This is measuring phenol on the output belt, and that's hooked up to that, so that should be fine. That's reading the whole belt. I don't know what the count of this should be. It's 50 belts, that's 200 items. Probably have to go a little higher, like 150, because it needs to stack up back to here. Okay. And we still don't have ECH because I need to turn this guy. Oh, the steam. Right, cold steam. Cold steam. Sure, let's put it in the HP. We have to translate, though, with a... Wait. It doesn't need to be an arithmetic, does it? I've been doing... Because FP fungible is the one I can translate, right? It's the FR fungible that's harder to translate into multiples. Or I just can't do multiple fungibles in the same one. I can't, there's something with all that. Because yeah, I mean, I just need to do that, unhook this one. So that this is not hooked up to anything except that. That's interpreted from steam. Cold steam is interpreted as water, but couldn't I use a decider combinator for this? Couldn't I go steam greater than 0 output input count as water? That would work too, right? Yeah, so I don't actually need an arithmetic for this. Okay, so we're telling it we have water, and then if something comes to get water, we will pump the steam is the filter. No, no, this is enabled if water is less than 0. That's what the train's coming to get. And the train will leave as soon as it has what it wants. Okay, we good. That'll do it. What are the chances I forget to update the phenol? Probably pretty low, because I think what's going to happen when I get the new phenol, as much as you all doubt me, I understand, but I think what I'm going to do is simply type phenol into the search bar and replace all those with train requested phenol. So I think we'll be fine. And then the last question is, do I want a big tank for cold steam here? Seems reasonable to add somewhere. Just to get some extra storage. Okay. So cold steam is handled, completely forgot about that, and that way we're not wasting it. Then again, should I care about cold steam? Now that power is getting cheaper, cold steam is getting cheaper, right? Steam is just an electric boiler away. And shipping around cold steam on trains rather than just using some power, that feels a little weird. Not to mention, I forgot about this at various times. I've also remembered at various times. We have cooling towers. And these guys have a recipe. No, that's not what it is. Just kidding. Is it a heat exchanger? And these guys have a recipe. Nope, not these either. Yeah, it is these. Yeah, here, look. You cool hot steam to cold steam, and it's more cold steam. Does that even save you power, though? Because this thing itself takes 500 kilowatts. I don't know if there's a reason to do that. It's so slow. Because you need 3 of these for every 1 electric boiler that's running. And then you're producing 100 steam instead of 60. It is for less power, but still, it takes up so much more space. So that doesn't feel worth it. Again, like, the power gets cheaper and cheaper as the game goes on, so I just don't know if I need to worry about cold steam. I can just use hot steam instead. All right, BPA's running. G-Host, I think I may have answered your question, why not using cooling towers. Well, turns out cooling towers only turn steam into water. And if that's actually the question you're asking, because that's pointless, it's not saving me anything. Like, technically, yes, because those are exactly the same number, I'm not needing a pump jack, but a pump jack costs 258 kilowatts. So what's the point? Why not just, in this case, use the cold steam? Like, a cooling tower is very inefficient because it's taking something that's worth power or worth something and turning it into something that's worth basically nothing. So only in a circumstance where I honestly don't even know. I don't know what circumstance I would do this. Because it's 400 a second. I guess it doesn't use any power. But you still need initial water to start the loop, and at that point, leaving this hooked up costs you nothing. I feel like it's more for vibes than anything, is why I would use that. Because as far as the actual like impact on the base, it's basically 0. But for vibes, it's kind of cool. All right, ECH is running, BPA is running. Now we just need to get, again, not fast inserters. Get the BPA here, and then we will have epoxy. Sweet. All right, and all of that was just necessary to work towards Electronics Mark II. And Electronics Mark II are necessary for modules and for mech parts too, which we now are pretty close to having all the prereqs. I think we haven't done rayon yet. That's a lot of heavy oil, by the way. And we haven't done Nex antimony alloy. Or did I? Did I do that? No, I have not made that yet. You've not made that yet. Okay. And currently we're still lacking on the tin department. Oh no, tin's not even running. Oh, heck and heck. What's going on here? Oh, I broke it. Like an idiot. I just assumed that was graphite only. Yeah, that's my bad. Alright, hop on the train. We'll go fix this manually. Yeah, the pipe throughput issues are pretty much gone now. They technically still exist, but they're also a lot easier to work around now too, so. Yeah, Dave, I don't know. I said that wrong. I didn't actually assume that both lanes would be fine. I just didn't think about lanes. I failed to consider lane spacings and such. What's the way I should do this? Probably just like this. Normally I try to build things so that we force correct laneage, and I didn't in this case, and it screwed us over. Good times, good times. By the way, our new borax setup is running, not running. Seems like partially there. Alright, now we've got a full belt of borax. But why don't I do this? Because we are using potentially more than one full belt because it's going 2 directions there. That'll allow for slightly more. What's going on here? Oh, wait, the output's not. I did something wrong with the output. Alright, let's try again. Out, out, out. There we go. Wait, what? How did... Were both sides close inserters? What is the point of doing that? That just cancels out. I must have had a reason initially, and then I copied it and mirrored it. That's wonky. Alright, there we go. Alright, borax affixed. I think. Speaking of train traffic. We were looking for it in the other episode. So yeah, like, if a train comes to a complete stop, braking force wouldn't have done anything for it. If a train gets a green light before it's come to a complete stop, that's where braking force could have slightly helped. Like, that train, I think, could have slightly been helped. I'm curious if anyone's ever done just a test. But again, measuring the test is so hard, you'd have to have a very specific setup, either a mod that measures timings or a train base built from the beginning to measure train timings, to know, like, round trip times, how are they changed when you do braking force research. I'm very curious about the answer, but it's kind of impossible to test without a mod that measures it. Because CyberSyn is measuring the time, right? Because in the mod settings, and LTN does this as well, there's a timeout amount with CyberSyn. It's probably in this setting. No, per player? Is it startup? Where's the setting? Oh, it's project CyberSyn. I'm looking in the wrong category. Yeah, so the stuck train timeout. So it's measuring a train's dispatch time, and it's got a little timer ticking. I would love to have a little forked CyberSyn for a minute that logs all of the final times from dispatch to completed its delivery, because it's clearly measuring that timer. And all you would need is a log of all those times. Let your base run for 10 hours, you know, from a save, and then you can do the braking upgrade, and then let your base, you go back to load the save, let your base run, log the same thing, and then you can look at, like, the mean, median, standard deviation of your train round trip times to pretty directly see the impact of braking force on train trip time. And train trip time is directly correlated to traffic as well, right? Because if there's less trains on the network, or if trains have shorter trips, that means there's less trains on the network on average at any given time, which reduces traffic. So all that to say, I have no idea what the boost is. I estimated it to be between 1 and 2% for the 2 braking force upgrades you get in ChemSci. I'm so curious to know if that's true, and I have no way to measure it. So I would need CyberSyn to give me those numbers. Do elevated rails work with Pi? Yes, the Big Mole, you have to have Space Age purchased, and then you have to get the Enable All Feature Flags mod, but Pi does have them. I probably should, and I've considered adding them specifically to my high traffic intersections. Like right here, I probably need an elevated rail, because this intersection is super high traffic. A ton of trains come into here and here for all of these fluids and all of these base, original base things. Plus I have, you know, a train depot here. So a lot of stuff goes through this corner. And that would be a good, and this one as well. These two would be good candidates for having just a couple overpasses. But in general, most of my intersections have nowhere near enough traffic to care about elevated rails. And someone earlier said tier 2 trains will mitigate. Once we have tier 2 trains, they brake faster, they accelerate faster, and they hold more. So that alone will fix the traffic problems as well. Until we have new traffic problems, you know, etc., etc. It seems I'm out of science packs. Yes, that's because of the borax problem, which means I haven't had copper or tin. I completely ran out. I'm hoping we can catch up. Is copper even running yet? It is running. It finally got a borax shipment down here. Copper's running again. But yeah, it was pretty rough. What's going on here? Oh. Let's see what's going on here. A potential future problem is what was going on here, but now we're good. Yes, my stations are prepared for tier 2 trains. All of my loaders are mirrored, so we've always got 2 loaders at minimum. Yeah, for those who don't know, I'm sure I've talked about it before in this series, but if you're playing pYanodon's, make sure you decide early on, before you build your first trains, whether you want to support tier 2 and tier 4 trains from the beginning or not. Because the wagons are half the size, which means you have a loco and then you have 2 wagons here and here that take up the 6 squares. And so if you want to support that, you have to have, you know, at least if you're using inserters or whatever, you have to have 1 here and 1 here, otherwise it won't work right. It also won't work right, depending on how you have CyberSyn set up. If you have automatic allow list set up, I'm pretty sure CyberSyn doesn't work properly with those, because it thinks it's a 1-2 train, when it's really a 1-1 train. And it doesn't know that because the wagons are shorter, if your inserters are set up like this, it would still only think it could receive a 1-1 train. So to finagle it, I think one thing you can do is add an extra dummy inserter back here, which then makes it think you can handle a 1-2 of normal size, which then will allow the 1-2 from tier 2 trains to come in. I don't know if it works on a curve either, which is a separate question. I think you can finagle it that way, or you can turn off automatic allow lists, which is what I've done, because I just never have different size trains. So not worried about the allow lists because my trains are all the same size. I think that's the simpler solution, at least. All right, we're at 49 minutes on this YouTube episode. We've accomplished epoxy, and now I want to work toward, well, have I accomplished epoxy? It's actually like still running here. I just want to make sure we're still good. Yeah, we're still good. Okay. So now what I want to do is probably advanced small parts. For theming, we could put it in the same spot as regular small parts, but this is already pretty packed in here. But I could put it over here. I think I will. I kind of like that. I've also said I need to do more sideways stations rather than vertical. It does work with Curves Clown to tell, like CyberSyn will think that the inserter that's on the curved part will it'll still change the allow list. That's good to know. Okay, get rid of all these guys. And yeah, this is pretty simple. A-sparts are not complicated. They're just a lot of things. So, I guess the first question. Productivity allowed? Yes. Okay, well, we're definitely going to put those in a factory then. probably should have that as the default moving forward now that we have modules. And then bolts. That's affected by productivity too. How many modules casting units have? Normal amount? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I guess that makes that slightly better than we thought it was, but it still doesn't seem better. Especially because can't you cast the plates with productivity in the first place? Plate to stick gets productivity. Did stick to bolt get productivity? Stick to bolt does not. Plate to stick does. Casting plate does not. Interesting. So you'd be best. Wait, what did we say? Yeah, I guess you get 1 step of productivity no matter how you do it. Alright, so that's that. Everything else is just requested stuff. Wait, I don't think I have belts. Yeah, belts are not set up. Because rubber's denser, so we just make belts on site. Alright, well this is about as simple as it gets. This is the one that does allow productivity, so it makes me think I do want to build it in a factory. Saves me a lot of iron. This does allow productivity as well. This does not. So the rubber, or this one, I mean, could be in a burner. But then I need to request wood, so is that really worth it? Probably not. I only need 1 anyway. I'm gonna trust that 3 is enough for now. I don't know if I can afford much more than that anyway. As far as requests go, it's a lot of separate items. I don't want to belt them all. Do I want to belt them all? Why don't we just do it this way? Make this a gargantuan doodad, and I can just belt them all out like that. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Plus the iron is 11. Yeah. All right. So that supports 12 different things. Iron will get its own belt. Done. All right, and then we'll kind of make this like tileable, I think, is my goal. So most of these, I don't really know what to do with the undergrounds exactly, so I'm just gonna do the same thing with all of them, which is this actually. Most of them have to run past. Can I reach? I think I can make it work. Yeah, all 4 of these can just run past the building. And I think we can get everything accessed. This. And then we'll have a loader from the bolts factory. Let's see if I can make this a little more balanced out. So then the bolts factory just straight up loads in. And then the stick factories is where we need a lot more space. Can this cross over? It can. Perfect. So those sticks get loaded in too. What's the count? About a third. 13 sticks. 10 of which go to bolts. 3 of which, so it's kind of cut into 4s. 3/4 go to bolts. I don't know, I'm just gonna do them along this vertical. And then the iron can probably just be on a belt and grabbed with regular inserters. Yeah, 2 a second. But then the bolts that come out, or sticks that come out, well, 4 a second. I don't know. I need a loader? Not really. I'll use one just so it has the nice balancing effect. All right. That's ugly. If I did that and that, that's better. I knew there was a way to figure it out. Got there eventually. Yeah, freight forwarding and Pi. So that's an interesting idea. I'm less convinced it would be cool. I mean, cool is the wrong word. It would be cool, but I don't know. It just feels like a lot of extra steps to a mod pack, or overhaul mod, I should call it, because mod pack is kind of the wrong term. That already has a lot of steps. I don't know. I could see it being cool to have, like, sorry, one second. I could see it being cool to have, I don't know, like 2 or 3 islands where you only get certain things from certain islands, but that's kind of already what Pi Stellar Exploration or Expedition, whatever it's called. I feel like that's kind of already what that's doing with planets in some ways. So I'm expecting that to kind of fill the same hunger, if you have such a hunger. Yeah, so G-Host, we can cast sticks and bolts, but it sucks. I've looked into it, and casting sticks and bolts is pretty meh. That's why I'm okay doing it here. So we looked into like the iron cost, and with advanced casting, you're going 70 molten to 100 sticks. And you can put a couple productivity modules into the building. So, you know, 20, we'll call it 120 sticks, even if we're counting productivity. But 70 molten, well here, 100 molten is getting you 150 sticks already. So it's like not really better. Maybe a smidge better if you put prod into the casting units here, but then you're spinning advanced castings. Obviously it makes them super duper fast. That's the real reason you do this, more so than anything else. The efficiency part doesn't feel that good. Because did this one have productivity on it? I can't remember. Yeah, this one already has productivity, so you can get productivity on this step. It's a little trickier. You need to use more modules and more beacons and stuff. So it, you know, you could argue for still wanting to do it the other way, but it's at least reasonable. I forgot the rubber. The easiest way to handle that. Probably just this. Alright, so we make sure rubber goes on this one. Alright, time for 1,000,000 requests. We need rubber. I just feel like this is gonna break my base wide open. Tin plate, which we know we're out of. Yeah, this is gonna be painful. Yeah, they did change those at some point. G-Host, the casting recipes, I think they made them worse. Some of them. They were not balanced very well at all before. Some were crazy good, some were crazy bad. I think they're far more in line now, where they're more like a side grade, where you might use them sometimes, but they're not inherently better. Ugh, there's a lot of stainless, but it's fine. We're gonna spend it. Just 23. 23 is not more than 22. Just suck it up, Critics. All parts. 22 because they have a bigger stack size. And plate. Both 40. Is that enough? 5 minutes extra. Alright, we're at 213 out of 288. Uh-oh. Did I leave enough room? Let's find out. Excellent plate. This is an expensive buffer. Alright, we're at 259. That's fine. Did I get everything? I think so. Oh, I didn't count right. I only get 8 items on there. That's not enough. 1, 2, 3 are taken care of. How many are left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, if we do it just right, we're good. Because that can be the rubber. Like that. That's where I put lamps over here already. So that should be good. And then purple there. Then rubber goes on this one. No. Well, yes. But they all need to shift over. Please tell me I left enough room for that. I did. Yeah. Okay. So then that's the rubber, which gets the belts fed, and then the iron goes over there, which gets the sticks and the bolts, and the sticks are also getting fed via loader. So we got 1, 2, 3 things, and then 8 things will be on these belts. Perfect. Advanced small parts is just about there. All right. And then finally, we'll have an inserter. Throw them into here. And mergify this guy, and we'll say it can go up to 6,000. Yeah, stress test the factory indeed. This is gonna be rough. Not to, I mean, it's extra rough because I was out of borax for an hour and a half, so it's only worse than it would have been before, and it would have been bad enough. Ah, goodness. But we did it. So that's cool. And that's the only thing between me and red belts. So once those are going, we actually, once this research is done, we can actually make red belts, which is really freaking cool. Oh, they stack to 200, don't they? Hold on. They do stack to 200. can't in good conscience go more than 8,000. I don't think. Okay, I want to see this run before we end the YouTube episode. And then after this YouTube episode, I will keep streaming, so if you're here live, stick around. We're going to be working on redoing the rail blueprints after this. So we're going to get everything upgraded with next-lit power poles, defaulting to 6 loaders on every train station, because there's really no reason not to. I will potentially default all of them to slightly larger chests as well, but that's a little iffier. Some of them just don't need it, so I don't know about that. I'll also add lamps to all of them and probably mess with the defaults for this one a little bit. Yeah, and I will get rid of single providers. I just don't think they're necessary. There's no point. Like, what does a single provider save? Like, it saves me the wiring and 1 combinator? That doesn't seem worth it. Oh, you know, no, there is a reason. Locked slots. Single providers don't have any locked slots. So if something that leads me into the next point. I will replace single providers with bulk providers. Bulk providers are a thing that I want to program. Or no, I guess it was bulk requesters that are the thing I want to program. I guess I'll keep single providers because they don't have locked slots, which is nice. Not having locked slots is helpful. Increases throughput by about 6%. Do I care enough? Would I rather just not ever deal with single providers for the cost of having slightly less efficient train traffic? I think I still want single providers. In fact, this one should be a single provider. Right? Like, if I want 4,000 small parts, I'd rather have the 4,000 instead of 3,800. For things that get used in a lot of places, we want single providers. Now, I can... Never mind. I'm dumb. I can just set that to 0. I do need to be careful, though. If I do set that to 0, I should turn off the filtering on those so I just know visually that this is a single provider. No, because then I also need it... No, it's different settings. It's multiple settings that are different. Inactivity conditions off. The loaders aren't filtered. And the locked slots are 0. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's still worth having both. Multi-provider's the one that I will have set up by default, but having single providers is still nice. The other thing I was talking about, not the providing, but on the requesting end, I was thinking, we talked about this a long time ago, the idea of setting up like a combinator system so that when we upgrade our trains, we don't have to go around changing a bunch of requests, right? Because, like, we're going to have trains flying around all over the place with 20 stacks of stone. And it's like, I want my trains to go around with 40 stacks of stone once we've upgraded. But I'm going to have to manually go into LTN, do item filter stone, find the actual stone. And all of the stations that request stone, which is quite a few of them, we're going to need to change those requests to, you know, like, I'm just doing an example. We're going to want to change that request to 43 stacks. And then we have to guarantee that this has enough space, and then we're going to be good to go. What I'm thinking is we can set up a special type of thing called a bulk requester. It's going to have basically what a normal requester has, but it's going to have an additional combinator that's going to have the signal. Well, it'll have a radar that's receiving a signal from the master signal, which is going to hold the master signal for the train tier that we're on. So the train tier that we're on will be some symbol that we're not going to use anywhere else. I don't know which one yet. Yeah, I don't know, the shuffle symbol or something. Or the, I don't know, what would be a good one? We could really use anything. The lock, the nuclear. Anyway, we'll use some sort of thing, and that'll represent the tier. And so it'll be at 1 right now. And when I change it to 2, what we're gonna do is we're basically going to be multiplying that signal times, we're gonna do arithmetic on that signal. So, you know, we're gonna be multiplying the, I forget which signal I use, that one, times -20, or times +20, to set the stack threshold request. And that's what'll get sent to the train. So essentially, this signal will work that way. The logistics group could work. Right, I forgot it. No, that doesn't work. Well, it halfway works. It works for changing this manually from 20 to 40. But what we're also doing is having a multiplier on the request in the station. Because not only do you need the request threshold to change, but if we were previously requesting 25 stacks of stone, now we want to be requesting 45 stacks of stone. Otherwise, the request won't get big enough to hit the threshold ever once the threshold increases. So we have to increase the actual requests themselves, which means I have to be multiplying this global signal, whatever it is, which could come from a logistics group, it could come from a radar. But whatever the global signal is has to be multiplied by the, you know, whatever number we deem, -45 stacks or whatever. And that way, or no, we multiply that by -20. And then we add that to our constant amount of stacks. I'll play around with that, but that's the idea. And that way we have a requester station that then when we upgrade trains from 1 to 2, it will automatically boost its request, it'll boost its request threshold, and that will just all happen automatically for all of the bulk requests. Obviously, if a station is bulk requesting one item, it will need to be bulk requesting all of the various items it's requesting. You can't just bulk request one thing and regular request others, but that will allow us to move forward with less fear of train upgrade being a lot of work. Because currently, the next train upgrade is going to be a lot of work. We're going to have to change a lot of stations to make them more efficient. The trains themselves are just more efficient, of course, but if we actually want things to carry full tier 2 trains, we're going to have to change the requests. And I'd like to not have to do that when I go to tier 3 or tier 4 trains. So, advanced small parts still haven't been made. That's because I completely forgot that we had more things to do. Alright. Nexalit, nylon. Small parts, Dura. Stainless, glass. Titanium. What am I missing? Tin hasn't gotten here yet. I did do the request for tin though, yeah. Alright, well, we're waiting on tin, but once we have tin, we'll have advanced small parts. And this needs to be configured. Alright, there we go. Alright, so advanced small parts are basically done. Pending a tin delivery. Tin is the new nice eye. Yeah, exactly. All right, well, we'll call it a YouTube episode there. Like I said, if you're here live, don't go anywhere. We're going to keep streaming. But as always, thank you guys for watching. Let me know what you think down in the comments, and I'll see you all in the next one. All right, I'm gonna have to hit the restroom and then maybe grab a small snack. We'll see about that. I don't know if I need a snack or not, but starting to get a little hungry. Sorry, I just saw some updates to something. I'm confused. What's going on? What's going on? I got a notification that was claiming my work schedule was changed, but it's not. It's the same, I think. Maybe, I don't know. I don't understand. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break, and I will be right back. It's possible that I miss advanced small parts getting produced for the first time. If a 10 delivery shows up, you guys will get to see this. And I'll be back in a minute. Still no 10. All right, I'm still gonna have to go get something in a second. Microwaving my thermos takes forever because it's insulated, and it turns out the metal walls insulate pretty well from microwaves. And before you say, don't put metal in the microwave, it's totally fine as long as your metal doesn't have jagged edges. There's even literal bowls built for microwaving that are made out of metal. As long as it's not sparking like crazy, you're good to go. Oh my gosh, EOL, thank you so much for the donation. Hugely appreciated. That's so generous. I don't know what to say. Wow, thank you very much. Hey, you just finished the 100-hour video? Awesome. I am still having fun. Glad I've helped you sleep. Glad you get some relaxation mixed with interestingness. That's fun. Oh, that doesn't read like an insult at all. I watch some of my favorite things to help me sleep as well. I totally get it. I always, you know, like I have ADHD myself, recently unofficially diagnosed, but by an actual doctor and therapist. So I'd say that's close enough to official. And the meds are really helping me. And so it's like, I understand like watching something interesting can actually help you sleep. Like Cracking the Cryptic, if you've ever heard of that channel. Simon has a great voice, but also just the methodical solving of like puzzles, like somehow engages my brain just enough that then like once I get tired, I can close my eyes and nod off to sleep, and it's great. Yeah, preschool, I thought about putting it, but then I have a dirty dish, and look, we just talked for like an hour about recipe book and not wanting to click an extra time. And that translates to real life with dishes. Like, I do not want to dirty another dish. I will be inefficient in order to have one fewer dish. You know, I pick my battles that way, I guess. Still surprised 10 is taking this long. I might need to increase tin production. I don't think I do. Like, we looked at the rates and it seemed fine. It's just gonna take forever to catch up because the rates that we're getting are not that much higher than what we're spending. And then when you consider the lack of production for a long time, it's gonna take forever. Not to mention I built, what was it, 24 more tidal power plants, which probably costs a lot of tin when you add it all together, I assume. Well, actually, maybe they don't. I don't have a handle on how much tin the... Oh, utility boxes cost a lot of tin. But that's still only 100 tin per title, so it's not like crazy. But that is a full train load to build 24 titles. Yeah, it's hard to get a handle on these costs. So many steps to it. Yeah, Cracking the Cryptic did do blueprints. I haven't watched their blueprints play because, oh my gosh, I literally saw the train, clocked it in my brain as like, oh, I gotta wait to cross the street, but my finger still hit W to start walking, even though I knew it wasn't safe. Oh, that was maybe the closest it's ever been. I know we've had some close calls, but that might be the #1 closest call. I think I was mere, like, you know, centimeters away from getting smashed by that train. Oh my goodness. At least science is running. Science has been running for most of like the last 10 hours. Okay, I'm gonna start working on the blueprints. Oh, the tier 2 train, you're right. It's gonna murder me so bad because the top speed isn't that much faster, thankfully. It's really the tier 3 trains and beyond that are gonna get me in terms of just, they're so fast that you can't even see it coming. But the tier 2 train has much better acceleration. So on average, like I was doing a test. This was the test I did yesterday. I didn't show the YouTube peoples this for some reason. I meant to. So I was testing this blueprint and I was racing tier 1 and tier 2 trains just because I was curious like how much faster they are. And then this was also to like, in order to test you know, the braking force stuff, which is mostly what I was researching. So if we hook this up, we can race 2 trains. And obviously, if this is the same train, there's no point. But, you know, we could test like, oh, how much faster will it complete this circuit? And it felt like it was a pretty good race because it stops at this station, stops at this station, stops at this station, stops at this station. So there's a lot of stops and goes, but then it has a long straightaway to kind of give it the benefit of like, how does it help when you have a long, you know, you really get to get up to top speed. So I feel like it's a fairly decent competition. It might have not enough stop and goes to be accurate. I also can't emulate coming to a partial stop. Or can I? Or can I? Now this is so not even what I was planning on doing, but you can control signals with combinators, right? So I could have it be red, and then I could have it turn green as soon as this block gets cleared. I could test the partial braking. We're doing it. Okay, this is going to, let's see, how do I do this? So we want to send the signal from here. We want to read signal. If this signal is green, then we output, or wait. No. No, I need to read a signal from further back. It needs to be... So as soon as it enters here, we want it to turn that one red. So yeah, both of these need to be green. Okay, this will do it. This will do it. All right, check this out. So we do this, this, this. We cooking now. All right. Okay, so that goes there. Hook up to that. So now it should have 2. So that we want that to be equal to 2. That means if the train is in either block, it'll have turned that guy red. This block is... No, that is necessary. I just realized there's no point having this signal then. Right. Yeah. Okay. So if the train, as soon as it gets here, it'll turn red, and until its butt gets to here. That's not enough space. It needs to be more like this. Maybe even like here. Okay. So that'll be red, and then as soon as the train butt clears this one, then the teal space will be open, which will then green signal that again. Okay. I think I did this right. Time will tell. This one's going to be set signal or close signal. What is... When it's true, it tries to make the signal red. Very interesting that that's how they did it. The train cannot stop in time or is already passing through. Signal will not stop the train. Okay. So I guess we don't need the decider then, because that is how we do it. So we want to close the signal if green is greater than 0. No. Why can't I do this? We want it to be red if this is red. So if that signal's red, We actually want the other one to be red. And then it'll be once it clears that and that turns green, then this turns back on. So that is correct, actually. Yeah. Okay. So now we can test after we copy the exact same setup to the other side. We should be able to race these two trains and see the difference. Wouldn't that just be a chain signal? I don't know. I didn't think about it hard enough I didn't want to bring in chain signals. It's possible I could have done it that way. All right, let's push button this. Nope, just kidding. Go back to 1. All right, we need fuel. We have fuel. We need to turn it on automatic. All right, now we can race. And go. Yeah, obviously we're gonna have a clear winner in the smaller train. There's no question there. But this would be the kind of thing you can do to test different train makeups, test different locomotive plus train makeups. You could test tier 1 versus tier 2 trains, which we can show in a second. I am curious what this looks like. It'll be on the next go around. We'll have the partial brake. If we look at the speed, it's at 140, 150. There, it's slowing down, but then it speeds up again. Oh, that's so cool. Neat. Kind of amazed at how far behind the other one is. I wouldn't have thought that adding 1 wagon would make that big of a difference. Kind of a huge difference. This right here is a pretty convincing argument for 1-1 trains. I mean, that's like 10 seconds behind, 15. Yeah, that was almost like a full 10 seconds later. Interesting. All right, do you guys want to see how crazy tier 2 trains are? I feel like we're cheating a little bit by seeing these before we got to them, but it's fine. It's for testing purposes. It is annoying. The fuel they use is benzene. Well, it doesn't have to be benzene, but containers, and they only stack to 20. So fueling tier 2 trains is going to be very annoying. But anyway, so we need to copy the locomotive schedule and then hit automatic. And then we should be able to race these guys. And you can see just how much better it is at accelerating. Look at that. It's crazy because it has 50% more power on top of weighing less, on top of one other factor. What's the other factor? That actually is the only factor. The only other factor is that its max speed is slightly higher, but that won't change its acceleration. Yeah, slightly less heavy though definitely helps. But yeah, I mean, it just demolishes the 1-1s. So you can see how much more efficient our train system is going to be with these things zipping around. I mean, look at how fast it came to a stop there from full speed. It's crazy. And done. 21 seconds there. This guy's not even close. It's gonna lose by over 20 seconds, I think. 19 or 18 seconds slower. I didn't time when we started, I should have, but it was 18 seconds slower than the other one. So yeah, there you go. That's a pretty huge difference. Not to mention this carries twice as much in that time. So it's, you know, overall we're looking at more than a 100% boost. The nice part about this is like our train network's going to get a lot more efficient even without increasing requests or increasing thresholds. Because let's say I only had 5 stacks. Let's say I was requesting 25 stacks before. Well, this guy might have taken a minimum, even if it left from a really close station. This guy might have taken 2 minutes to get those 20 stacks to the place, which means we only had 500 items to get us through 2 minutes of delay, essentially. But now we'll have that same 500 items to get us through maybe only a minute and 30 seconds of delay. And so all of our buffers are more effective because the tier 2 trains will get us the same amount of resources faster. And that's without changing any of the requests or thresholds. Obviously, once you start increasing requests and thresholds, it's even better. But like, even just putting the tier 2 trains on the network alone is going to be a big boost in efficiency. Not to mention traffic reductions because there's less trains on the tracks in general. So there's less red lights at any given area on average. Anyway, that's all completely besides the point. Let's work on these blueprints. Okay, so first we want to... I think the first thing I want to do is ask the question, do we need to make any changes to the basic? Sometimes I don't want the provide and request to be ordered this way. The nice part about this is it allows me to expand the requester, which we need to do more often than expanding the provider. And if I need to expand the provider, I can always expand it this way if we're doing like a big single provider. Make one that's blank. That's kind of smart. But I mean, at that point, I'm really just, because this part is already on the blueprint. So at that point, I'm basically just doing this plus the RoboPort, which is still maybe a good idea. Yeah, ghost, those are expensive trains, but I'm only going to need like 40 of them ever. So whatever I automate to make the trains can be as slow as possible. One building for everything, and it will get there eventually. And do I have enough fuel to power the new trains? I mean, the answer is yes, but, right? It's like, it's annoying. I just am going to have to make more fluid fuel. So I'll probably do some oil cracking or something. Make, I don't know, kerosene or diesel or, I don't know. I've already got a lot of fluid fuel rolling around, but it's going to have to be, like, I'm going to have to set up each type individually. So I'll probably just make one specific type to fuel trains. Anywho's, yeah, so how do we want to change this? First step is power poles and lamps. Let's get that improved. So signaling's all correct. Multi-provider is my default, but it needs to be on one locked slot because of the change. And then we need 6 loaders by default. And those are all on set filters. Then we need 1 Nexalit power pole to power the whole dang thing. Boom. I don't like that it covers that up. But it'll be in the way more often if I put it here. Instead, I could go here and here, and that enables better power connections out of the area too. So let's go with that. They're not that expensive. Okay. Am I okay with this being spaced out by 2 for the provider? I think so, because again, we can always extend that. We can easily make this bigger. 72 slots is still fine. Do I want this to be set up as a multi-provider by default? Yeah, I do. That's fine. So I don't think anything else needs to be changed. Providers won't play into my tiering network. So that's all good. Then most places need a requester, so I think I'm okay having this. Those are already... that one was up here. If I do it that way, I mean, then I get in the way of other incomings, but then they're both powered by that. Yeah, acetylene is always an option. I forget which turd makes it. I was looking at that at one point. At least I thought I was. Am I making... Wait, what? What turd makes the acetylene? Oh, it's the calcium carbide. Thank you. Yes, yes, that's what it was. Or no, is it the lime? I know the one you're talking about. I've definitely looked at it. What was it? Is it that one? Because that needs slaked lime. We don't get fine carbon dust till way later. Maybe the turd gives you the fine carbon dust recipe. Anyway, that's a total digression. You're missing blueprint planner. Something happened and Essie's breaking it. Huh. That's annoying. Okay, am I happy with all this? So this requester, default threshold of 20 is still what I want. This is all good. There's part of me that wants to just do this and make it a 2-belt by default. Because I feel like I always need more than 2 items. I mean, I really do almost always need more than 2 items. I think I'd rather just preemptively get it set up for 2 items. What I might do, though, is set it up like this so that... No. I'm just... It's 144 slots. It's not that many slots. We're just going for it. We're just going to set it up like that. That'll be my default. I do need to make sure I do the undergrounds correctly. Just like this. And that. So those fit in. It's a little annoying if I want even more space for a bigger requester, then those get clobbered, but there's no other way around it. So here we are. All right, so that's, I think, what we want for our default. And we're using the new power poles. We've got... Did I put a lamp somewhere? Did I delete the lamps? I think I deleted all the lamps. We definitely want a lamp. Where do I want the lamp? Maybe right there. Right in the middle. Okay. So that'll be the default requester. Kind of handles up to 4 items at a medium rate. I can easily add more. Yada yada. I think this will be slightly more hitting the nail on the head for the average station that we want. So then that gets to replace station 2 strong side. Okay. Then for weak side, we need to basically copy what we just did, but then make new belts for it. So I'm gonna actually just do this, do this, do this, but then make the belts. Then copy that, horizontal flip. Oh, the spacing is gonna be wrong. How do I figure out the spacing? It's gonna be whatever goes right there. Yeah, there we go. All right. Delete these. I was asking myself the other day, I'm like, should I just have it go both directions? And then I'm always covered, but that feels really wasteful. Because there are so many cases where I'm not needing both directions that feels more wasteful than helpful. This is an input. Okay, everything else is the same. Lamps and everything's in the same spot. RoboPort, everything's good. No changes. All right, no notes. Weak side, new contents, you. Possible they're lined up incorrectly now. Is that the case? No, they still seem to line up properly. Okay, I need to go grab my coffee. Still not warm enough. By the way, did we ever make ace parts? Hey, we did. Wow, we have a lot of them. We already have 3,500. Nice, go team. They're actually buffering. That's not a lot, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, in the scope of small parts numbers, it's not a ton, but it's pretty decent. It'll get us a lot of the tier 2 buildings we need for now. Once we start using tier 2 buildings as our main buildings, we're gonna have some issues. Okay, so oh, don't get run over. Back to train stuff. So let's take a look here. We don't use these at all anymore. I'm deleting them. The ones without the rails I haven't touched in 100 years. So we'll start with deleting those. I'll keep that. Does weak side have power from the edge of the city block? I don't know what you mean. They have power from the same spot. Which is here. I touched them just yesterday. 200 gameplay hours ago. Yeah, exactly. When I made them was the last time I touched them, I think. Okay, so Super Trasher is still needed. Let's do one thing at a time. Fuel unload station. This one's kind of messy. Until we have better trains, I don't think... Wait, sorry. I have fluid fueling requester. That's... No, this can be deleted. Get out of here. All right. Okay, so Super Trasher doesn't need a lot of help. The main thing is adding... Can't see the freaking wires here, man. What is that hooked up to? The output of this? Yeah. Okay. 2 more sets. They all have use filters on them. They'll need to be set filters. Okay. So that's all good. Power can be fixed with Schwam 2. No need for 3. That's it. That'll do it. Technically, no, I can't have 1. That's way out there for our secondary inventory. All right, as far as belts coming in, I think, I don't know, the whole point of this is to make my life easier, so shouldn't I have a version for strong side and weak side? I think I should. So yeah, let's do both. Spacing wise, can we do this? Yeah. Okay. I think that's good. Super Trasher gets a lamp. And then that is Super Trasher strong side. And then we just duplicate that. Create a copy of this. Rename it to weak side. Save it. Get that in there. Can we do without that? We can. Especially once we have red belts, which are still not here, but they will be. All right, this one's gonna need another power pole, which I'll space out because we can. Just makes power connections nicer later. Delete all that. And then delete these. All right. I believe that does it. Trash provide is the name. Locked slots is 1. Negative 30. Is that gonna be a problem? That's saying... No, it'll still provide. We just need to make sure we limit... No, I shouldn't have to limit anything because it's getting trashed. It's on my trash requesters. I'll have to increase the request. And then I just need to make sure all of my super trashers can hold at least 40 stacks of the thing they're trashing. That'll be its own project. Okay. Weak side, boom. Boom. All right, no one's told me they saw something wrong yet, so that's good. Okay, so next is the fluid super trasher. Anything wrong with this? Anything better? I do need the parameters. Wait, can't I just hit check and it keeps all the parameters? I think so, yeah. Current things that could be changed would be weak side access. How do I feel about that? Do I want fluid supercharger to always have weak side access? I think so. I think I do, actually. Let's see if we can make it work. So one is gonna be this guy, and we can just do that. And then it just goes there. Two here. It's easy enough. Three here. What's going on there? Two-way isn't far enough. It's always one tile off. It always cracks me up when they're one tile off. Yeah, that's fine. Maybe name the parameters? I don't know what naming the parameters would do for me. I feel like I know the order pretty well. It just goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Universal for any number of fluids isn't possible. I can do up to 12, but not any number. When you get to an any number, you have to have a main line that you then flush after a train comes to pick up what it came to pick up, which has to go back into the correct tank. So you end up with some complications doing a universal. I could add more to this. It's a little tight. It would take up more space. Part of what I wanted to build here was one that, you know, didn't take as much space, if possible. So, like, if we're looking at that, I guess we do have a good amount of space in the corners here, because that would be at least down there. Like, I could probably fit another one in there, right? Like, is that ever going to get in the way of a station that wouldn't have already been in the way? I don't think so. No, see, look, right there. Like, that gets in the way of that one. I want to make sure we leave the spacing nice. Huh. But on this front, that's guaranteed space. So we could definitely fit one more in here, but not two. Well, I might as well get one more in. 7 is more than 6. So I don't see a good reason not to do 7. Since if we have enough space to clear the ones on the left and the right, we have enough space to clear that. I don't really see a reason not to do that. You guys? I think that's fine. I mean, I'll have to find pipe sections for it, but that's a different problem. All right, 4 and 6 will go here. 5 will go here. Will this be balanced for double fluid wagons? Heck no. I decided back in the day that I was not going to do the double fluids. I'm only doing the single fluid wagon. So I'll have one upgrade. The problem, there's a slight problem with this. The wagon progression is wonky. Okay, PyDevs, if you're watching this, change it. Because cargo wagons, 20 stacks. Okay, makes sense. Advanced cargo wagons, 20 stacks each, and there's 2 of them, so now you got 40 stacks. So 20, 40, boom, right? Next wagon, 80, 20, 40, 80. Okay, makes sense. Guessing the next one's 160, and lo and behold, it is, because it's 2, they're the half-size ones again, and they're 80. So it goes 20, 40, 80, 160. Gotcha, easy. Fluid wagons, however, 25K to 50K, nice, double. to 75k. It doesn't double again. But then it goes to 150k. So the progression is 1, 2, 3, 6 right there. It's not 1, 2, 4, 6. It's not 1, 2, 4, 8. It's 1, 2, 3, 6, which is a very weird progression. And the downside that I'm getting at is that the best fluid wagon is the double fluid wagon, but you don't get it until the ultra late game, and I'm just not sure if accommodating it, I don't know, I just don't want to. Because then it makes this setup not work, and we've already got this setup all over the place, and I want to keep using this setup. So I think I'm just going to max out at the 75k when we get that, and that'll be it. That's my thought for fluids anyway. How often have we even used all 6? Not that often, but often enough that I'd rather not have to build in the 7th, is my answer to that. Because this is an alternative to building a normal provider, which can already handle 3. And so 7 is a bigger boost over 3 that makes this even more worth building. And like if I need a ton of fluids, 2 of these gets me 14 instead of 12. That starts to add up, I think. But we're going to need to figure out where to put the pump. So I think it'll go here. Those are all wired up. Copy the behavior. This is going to be parameter 6, which is the 7th fluid. That goes to here. 3 is there. So this would be 7. Which means I can do something like this. Can't put that there. Uh-oh. Wait. This isn't going to work. I need to slide this over by 1. That's so that it doesn't line up if I build 2 of them next to each other. I don't want any weird overlaps. I also need to check the other ones as well. I guess that doesn't have anything on the bottom. Okay, so that should be fine then. So then that's for 7, and that goes there, and then this. Wait, no, this doesn't work. Yeah, it does. Just need T-junction there. Okay, and then we wire that in. Boom, 7 fluids provided. And then this guy is still subtracting 40k, which works out nicely. We can deal with overflow 90% feeding into this because that'll still fill it up to 68k. 67.5k minus 40 is still 27.5k, which is enough that the trash one would still be a full 25k train. Okay. I'm happy with that. We need to power this whole get up, which can be done with 1 solitary power pole. And because they're Nexalit poles, that will actually reach to Nexalit poles from the prior and later stations. So I don't need to worry about it. Previously, this one was struggling to stay connected power pole wise, but now we're fine. I think we're good to go. Priority's 10 by default. The secondary priority, remember we can change this. We can make this almost a normal provider if we do, yeah, with a couple small changes, we can make this a normal provider. We change this to 0, and then I just subtract, I just delete the secondary inventory. Done. Now it's a normal provider. So if I need to provide 7 fluids or something, this is my guy. All right. Anybody have any other ideas for what needs to change here? F super trasher done. Okay. So now we're on to the regulars. Strong side and weak side request. Oh, lamps. Didn't I put a lamp? No, I didn't. Thank you. We'll put it right there. No, right there. Okay, done. Was the filter set on the new pump? I'm 99% sure I did that. Yeah, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And they are the same direction, greater than 0. Why are they greater than 0? Because I'm negating what the train wants. Why am I doing it that way? Am I stupid or something? Is there a particular reason? I can't tell with the wiring. Is that hooked up to anything else? Wait, it is. Oh, okay, that's why. No, we're not stupid. Wait, this has inactivity condition. Right, so it needs to measure what the train has minus the request, which is coming from here. So those are canceling out, but then that gets negated. It doesn't need to get negated, though. That's the thing. We could just pass the combination of those two signals straight to this and have that inverted, right? That would do the same thing without the 1 tick delay and with 1 fewer combinator. I'm pretty sure this is not doing anything. It's not like there's any secret signals on this that are going to corrupt this row. I don't know, you guys correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I don't need this. I'm pretty sure, just to be clear, it is the train station and the output of the cybernetic that are connected here. This cybernetic doesn't factor in. This one is still the one that tells what the train's coming to pick up. So that means I need to attach these two directly, take out the middleman, attach this directly, and then flip all these to less than. Pretty sure that's the same thing. I hope so, or we just screwed up some big time. But I think we're fine. All right. Now we're done with the fluid super treasure. Okay, so strong side and weak side request. This is for single request. Single request should be changed. No. Requests are all multi. Yeah, the enable condition is good to go on that too. Is this parameterized properly though? I guess I didn't check that. Yeah. So all requesters are multi-requesters. Oh, my brain just stopped working. I don't want them all to be bulk requesters. Bulk requesters will be a new type, which shouldn't always be the same as regular requesters, because bulk requesters have to handle upgrade of train system every time, or I risk breaking later. So this will just be regular. I will go in and change my blueprints to have a threshold of 40 by default once I've replaced my trains with tier 2. I don't think I should do that before. In fact, I can't do that before. It'll just throw an error. So yeah, there's no point to change that now. And I think I do want the default requester to be this size rather than 2 belts. I think this is all I wanted to change. And then I'll put in 2 power poles. Okay. Good with that. Strong side request. Save. And then weak side will just be the same thing, but with the belt on the other side. Right here. Should that be filtered by default though? I feel like I do often. Oh, I can't see the filters. I do often use multis. I also don't know if I want every station to have a lamp. I've already got lamps on all the specials. Super Trasher, Fluid Super Trasher. I've got a lamp on the basic starting area. Maybe I'll put a lamp on providers. Okay, whatever. We'll just waste some lamps. Wait, that already is filtered. Have I gone mad? Did I not copy that? Oh, I did copy it, but I didn't copy the loader part. Okay. Well, turns out I literally had the same idea twice in a row. That's scary. Really scary. Is there anything else I need to do with this? It's stack thresholds. I don't think so. Okay, and spacing wise, we're good there. All right. Weak side request. Boom. All right, those are done. Now we need bulk request. Haven't designed that yet. And then providers. We should call these bulk providers, and not the word extension doesn't need to be here. Well, bulk provider and multi-provider. Okay. So I've renamed that. And then the bulk provider. Well, as usual, we need one of these guys. And I will default to a bigger thing. Because, I mean, we're not even going to have 2 train loads with 72 stacks of tier 2. So I want the default to be enough for a few tier 3 trains and even, or tier 2 trains and even tier 2 train. Tanith, sorry, I merged these after I built them. It's unfortunate that merged chests don't support rotation for rectangle shapes. So if you pre-merge them, it unfortunately keeps you from rotating in all 4 directions. So that is the unfortunate reality of merged chests. I would love for that to be different. It feels like it could be different because there are rectangular buildings in Pi that support rotation. So why couldn't chests be like that? I feel like they could be. I don't know. If anyone wants to throw a fork into merged chests, feel free. Anyway, this is a bulk provider, which means this is unlimited. Interesting that those stay limited to 1/4. So it's the same total number of slots. I don't think it matters, but it is interesting. That would prevent stuff from getting deleted if you remerged it again. That's kind of a failsafe, I think. And do we want this to be limited by default or unlimited? If it's a bulk provider, we want it to be unlimited, right? We just want this thing to fill up. If it's something I don't care about... I'm losing my mind again. Multi-provider versus bulk provider. Why would I need 2? Locked slots. Providers are the locked slot care. So we have no locked slots here. We don't have an inactivity condition, which allows us to have no locked slots. But it's only loading a specific type of item, so we don't need any filters or restrictions. I think we're good to go on that. Priority defaults to 0, but that can be changed. This is a normal provider, yada, yada, yada. Okay. Do I want one belt or two? Probably just one. And this is one where I'm like, do I need a strong side versus weak side? I feel like I just build it out and then drag a belt in and I'm done. But not having to drag the belt in is nice. I'll keep it this way. All right, so this is a strong side bulk provider with no power and no lamps. Hold on. All right, this is a strong side bulk provider. All right, save. Good. Copy that. Put the belt on the other side, which is very easy. Delete this belt. And we golden. Cool. All right. Weak side bulk provide, done and dusted. Okay, done and done. Then we've got our multi providers, strong and weak. Was there a change I needed to make to these? I think so. I think I'm gonna do the same thing where oh wait, we got an issue here. Remember the issue. Remember the Alamo and the Titans and the issue, because this was what broke our freaking world in half. But I hate having 2 locked slots, so there's a little bit of a question in my mind. Do we stick with 2 locked slots? Wait, what did I change to 1 locked slot just a minute ago, by the way? Did I change my super trasher to 1 locked slot? Yeah, so that has to stay at 2. Because if anything has a stack size of 50, like stone, we end up with too much of it. And why was that again? Because 48... It's 8 on each row times 6 is only 40. Oh, it's because it's because of the division remainders. As soon as you have less than 50 to go, there's still some on the belt. Those get added on top of the 48, and that's more than 50 stone, and then it gets stuck. Yeah. Hey, see you later, Post. Enjoy. Glad you got to be here. So we actually do need 2 locked slots. Also, why is my super treasure weak side? Wait, do I have both now? Oh, I do have both. I could parameterize it. Because we want to have 1 locked slot most of the time. But as soon as we have a stack size of 50, we need 2 locked slots. It's just super wasteful to have two locked slots on all of them. So what I think I'll do... See, that's so annoying. Back to my complaints about Factorio. We can't have the locked slot be a separate thing without making it the wrong number by default, which means every time I build one, I have to manually type in the letter 1, the number 1, whatever, the character 1, rather than having it be 1 and I can change it to 2 when needed. It's so annoying. So my options include set it to some other thing like 3, which I then have to fix every time I paste it. Leave it at 1 and run the risk of forgetting when there's stack sizes of 50. Change it to 2 by default, which runs no risks, but has far less efficient trains. Other option would be to add a decider combinator that reads the stack size of everything in there, and if any of them are equal to 50, it adds one to the locked slots. That feels way too much. It would work though, but that's like 2 or 3 combinators. I think, yeah, the selector combinator does, but you'd still have to figure out if any of them are equal to 50, and if they are, then you output, you know, another locked slot. I guess that's only 2 combinators. It would be a selector and a decider. Honestly, feels kind of elegant. Maybe I just do that. I'm scared that I make a small mistake and it doesn't work right, but if I get it right, is there any risk? Is there any, I mean, I don't use super trashers that often anyway, and then I don't have to worry about locked slots at all. 1 or 2. The other part of me wants to just default it to 1, and I just know if I'm putting stone in there, which is the main thing that stacks to 50. I don't know. I'm not always paying attention to stack sizes. I should probably automate this. All right, I'm going to start recording because this is, I think, where people are going to find it interesting, and I'm about to make the other type of requester station too. Hello everyone, Krydax here, and welcome back to pYanodon's Season 3. I have done some of the train reworking, but we're going to do the rest on video here because I think we're going to do a couple interesting things that I don't want to leave you guys out of. So far, what I've been doing is just replacing power poles with next-lit power poles, making sure that we have 6 loaders, making sure there's lamps. I did default my unloading station on the regular like paste to have 2 belts because I'm always requesting like 4 items at least, or more than 2, and so that's helpful. I added in a 7th tank to my fluid provider slash trasher because it fit without increasing the, oh no it didn't. Wait, did I? Hold on, did I fool myself? I guess I've never put 2 of these in a row. I actually couldn't put 2 in a row because previously that would have lined up those tanks anyway. So it's still not a problem, I guess, if I do need to. Anyway, but we added a 7th. And we also changed, didn't I change something else? Oh yeah, I had a combinator here that was negating this signal, where it adds what the train has, takes away what the train is requesting, but then it negated it, and then these were only running if it was negative. But now it just does the opposite, or these were only running if it was positive. Now it only runs if it's negative, and we're just adding the negative to what the train has. So as soon as the train has enough, then the signal gets to 0, and these turn off. So it's the same thing, I just saved a whole combinator. No bad stuff about that. And then lamp, and then this is the normal requester. I'm calling it a bulk requester now in the book. And I deleted all those ones without the rails attached to them because I just never build those anymore. So it saved me a lot of space in the book. It'll be easier to scroll through. So the bulk, wait, what am I doing? Hold on. I need space for my bulk requester. We haven't made that yet. That's one of the things we're about to do. Oh yeah, we made the super trasher side not agnostic. Side agnostic would mean it could be either side, but I made one version for each now, so I can easily do that. And the super trasher has 2 belts by default. And we're about to make an upgrade to the super trasher, the regular one, which we'll talk about in a second. But first, what was I about to say? This is the regular provider. My brain keeps hearing the word provider and thinking it's a train providing the items to the base, but that's a requester. My brain keeps flipping that for some reason. I don't know why it keeps doing that, but yeah, so this right here is a requester. I don't know why my brain was looking at this and thinking, oh yeah, that's a provider. It's a requester, And this is what we're calling a just a regular requester, aka multi-requester. We'll have a special one called a bulk requester, but this is just your standard strong side request and weak side request. We're also taking the word extension out of everything because it's not really necessary, and it just gums up the visuals. So those are strong side and weak side requests. Nothing special going on there. Then there is the bulk provider, which is not a multi-provider, therefore it does not have an inactivity condition. These are made to only ever provide one thing, one item type. I did make the default size to be the 144 stacks because 72 stacks is not even 2 train loads for tier 2 trains. So in preparation for soon having bigger trains, we'll at least make it so they can carry a few of the tier 2 train loads. These are my bulk providers now. This was me starting to look at the multi-requester, but then I got distracted with what we're about to do, which is how do we handle locked slots? Because we ran into the big issue, I don't know if you guys remember the big issue, of we needed 2 locked slots when we're dealing with stuff like stone that only stacks to 50. The problem is, what if I'm not dealing with stone that stacks to 50? Well, then I don't need 2 locked slots, and now all of my deliveries are more inefficient because I have 2 locked slots when I don't need it. So, I thought I could do something clever. We'll see if it works, and we'll see if I'm clever, but I think what we can do is we can do a selector. Wait, we already have... This is even easier than I thought. You are already dead. We're already outputting the stack size of the input signals. So all I need is a single decider. Check this out. This is so elegant. I'm so happy with this. All we need is a single decider reading that output, and it says if anything, aka if the stack size of anything is equal to 50, then it will output 1 locked slot signal, which we will add into this one. That easy. That's all I need to do. And now that will be smart. If we have anything that stacks to 50, we'll add another locked slot onto the system and we won't have to worry about it. Now, I am ignoring the fact that there might be things that stack to less than 50. I should probably do less than or equal to. I'm slightly concerned that if something... less than or equal to... Yeah, I'm slightly concerned though, like what if... And we would need a lot of locked slots though. Because the problem is if it's at, say, stack size of like 30, I don't think anything stacks to 30, but if it did, we'd need like 3 locked slots at that point, around that point. So it kind of only matters if it's exactly 50 if I'm doing it this way. If I wanted to add more combinators for other numbers, we could. But it's really only the range of like 40-ish to 60-ish that we need to add a locked slot. Is the math the same for T2 trains? Actually, no. Wait. Yeah. Actually, no. T2 trains should be more immune to this problem. T2 trains are immune to this problem until the stack size gets to, I would guess, around 25. Because I only have 3 loaders into each wagon, which will have its own locked slot. So there's only 3 loaders of stone for 1 whole locked slot, and we wouldn't need 2 locked slots. So this is a change that actually only matters until we have tier 2 trains, which makes me want to do it even less. Will red loaders change anything? It locks a slot per wagon. I'm 95% sure of that. It would be a bad design that only locks 1 slot of 1 wagon and not the other wagons. Given what lock slot is for, that would be a terrible design choice. So I'm quite certain it doesn't do that. So now the question is, do I just not do this at all? Thank you for bringing that to my attention, Drac, because tier 2 trains will be immune to this problem. But tier 3 trains won't be. Tier 3 trains will be back to having the same problem. So no, we should have it. We should keep it. Because it'll matter now for the next 20 to 50 hours until I get tier 2 trains, and then it'll matter again when we upgrade to tier 3 trains. And it will also matter for anything where I add even more loaders, which once we're at tier 2 trains might happen. I don't know. So for now, we will keep this in here. If anything has a stack size of 50, we add another locked slot. Okay. So that is the Super Trasher weak side. And then the Super Trasher strong side needs to have the same thing up here. Oh, we don't have room for it. I will just fit it in here. I think that's better than... I don't know. I think that's better than like putting it in a weird spot over here. And it was this red wire. We can just copy the thing. And then the output just gets added into the code. Did I forget a lamp? No, I have a lamp. Okay, so one locked slot by default. That adds locked slot if anything is 50. And the anything would have to have been a stack size. I think we're good. I'm really trusting that this is going to work. I'm not testing it. So there you go. Okay, and someone said we could shift these down, which is completely accurate. That one doesn't shift. Never mind. But that is out of the way enough to move that one there. Does this really help me? How does this help me? It doesn't really change anything. Let's see. Let's do this. I mean, it slightly changes things. I guess that's better. Better to do that than not. I also don't think I mentioned this, but obviously I put attachments on both sides. I thought that... Oh, I screwed up, though. I forgot to attach 4 and 6 across. I just think I do enough with both sides with fluids that this will be better to have on average. And when I paste it, I can always easily delete the side I don't need if I only need one side. So there you go. Okay, so that's improved. Y'all are great. Twitch has helped with multiple improvements. Okay, so moving on to the next thing I was gonna do. Or no, I guess we're still working with the regular multi-providers. I do think with regular multi-providers, I'm gonna go to a double by default. And I think I'm just gonna go to a full... Well, now here's the question, because I do still split things on lanes pretty commonly. So I guess... we can still split something on a lane. So many things I'm thinking right now. Like, we could have another belt come in and wrap around, and that handles me loading up to 8 item types on up to 2 belts from just one side without taking up extra space. So I could still fit it in here. So that's kind of nice. I actually like that, and I think that's what I want to do. Then I can always expand it if we have more item types, which actually means this is on the right spot. Yeah. We'll see if this is all correct, but I think this works. Call those up. They'll all have conditions. Do I want to parameterize this? We might as well. It takes 2 seconds to like fix. 1, 2, 3, 4 is how we should read it. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And by 4 we mean the 4th thing. And then this will filter. Do I filter left on 0 or filter right on 1? I don't know what the right choice is. Feels like splitting off the thing that you're filtering. Makes sense. So that'll filter right on 3. Okay. As far as the counts, I'll just leave them at 0 and I'll make the numbers myself. Shouldn't I default the numbers to something that makes sense though? Like 2000? And then I can change the numbers from there. That just makes more sense to me. Okay, and this is back to the 1 locked slot, but we'll add the logic of if something is 50. Well, this one it's a little worse because now we have to add the selector combinator 2 to read the stack sizes. Do we want to add 2 combinators to this? Do we want to add 2 combinators? Not sure. There's enough things that only stack to 50. I probably should have this as a safety valve. And I don't want to have 2 locked slots on everything. So yeah, we'll do it. Selector. So those go in there, and we read green signal, and then we do stack size of the input signals. And then that, just for continuity, we'll use a red signal. If anything's 50, that outputs another locked slot signal that gets added onto that. Boom. All right. I could make them different numbers and parameterize that preschool, but is there a point? I'm not going to use those numbers very often. Then again, I don't really care if they're different. I want them to look cleaner though, so I'll do 2010, 2020, and 2030. That feels better. All right. And then does this paste properly in? It does. Wait, no, I very much screwed this up. Okay, so that fits in there. Can this be back a tile? Yeah, okay, so that goes there. But this can be forward 1 more tile. That way the next one fits in better. Yeah, okay, there we go. All right, so that's all good. And then we need power and power. I love Nextlit. Power poles. Power poles. Throw in a lamp and we're good to go. Beautiful. This is gonna make my life so much easier. These are all on use filters, set filters. Just want to guarantee that. And then we are negating this. Oh, that's why. I just copied this logic to the fluids because here it's setting the filters, which it only sets to positive values, whereas on the fluids, we just are turning them on or off, which means we can relatively look if it's a negative value, which we couldn't do over here because we're setting filters. So that's why I had that combinator with fluids, but why we didn't need it. Got it. I now feel like I owe past Krydax a slight apology. Okay, so this is the strong side multi. Gets a nice facelift here. Pretty big changes, to be honest. Parameterization. These are all parameters. Now, I could just put it to default all of them to 20 stacks of those items. Also, it's really weird that that one's ordered that way. But is there really a reason to do that? They're already defaulted to 2000. Because if I do formula, then it won't let me type it in, though. Thank you. Yeah, you can't default it to a formula, but also have it let you type it in, I don't think. Right? If you do formula, it just does it for you and you don't get to pick. Which would defeat the whole purpose, because I want to get to type in whatever I want. And this is basically, we can always change it once we have tier 2 trains. If we want, we can change this to defaulting to 4000. But for now, this is fine. Okay, so there's the multi, and then we need the weak side version of that, which I'm going to manually produce. Wait, it's not asking for the numbers. Oh, because I didn't paste this version. There we go. Yeah. Ew, unnamed. Yeah, I don't mind parameter. I don't mind those being the names, but unnamed looks really ugly to me, so we will name that. We will name them parameter. I want it to look the same amount. There's, I don't know, maybe I'm weird, but I like them having names like that rather than like thing one. I for whatever reason, the computery look feels kind of clean to me. AMT is looking weird though. Let's go with count QTY number like that. I could put the number in front. That actually somehow feels the best of the ones I've seen. All right. Yeah, that feels good. Okay, so then that gets pasted with no changes, and then we need to rework the belts to support coming from the other side. It'll look like this and this. Important to note that it still goes 1, 2, 3, 4 from top left. Also, does it make sense to go 1, 2, 3, 4 instead of 1, 2, 3, 4? It does make sense, but like we read left to right, but you're reading these two things vertically that are right next to each other. It's one of those things where like I could see people arguing about it online for a long time as far as which one's more right or less right. Okay, that's, I think, yeah, that's the best we can do there. This one goes to, is it there? Okay. All right, and that is a space of 3. Wait, no, I did something. No, that is correct. Okay. No, we don't want to be under 2,000 because then we don't have enough items to fill a train. That was the whole point of picking 2,000. I'm okay with having 21 stacks of everything. What I don't want is less than 21. In fact, this one, if anything, should be slightly higher because it's like, it'll be fine because if it's less than 2,000, aka 1999, it'll let one more item through and it'll be exactly 2,000. So it will work, but it feels like, I don't know, like, I just have enough for exactly one train load. Is that enough? But yes, it is enough is the answer. Okay, I think we're good on that. That is the weak side multi. New contents, parameterize. These are for parameters. Again, they've been ordered slightly differently for my pleasure. All right, parameter -0. Boom, boom, boom. I need to parameterize the naming of the parameters. Gosh, I had to type the same thing 4 times. Far be it from me. All right. So now we're on to the new thing, which is a bulk requester. So I talked about this in the last episode. What I want for the bulk requester is to scale with our train tier, which I have to decide if I'm going to use a global logistics group or a global radar signal. Logistics group allows me to change it manually. I can use it in other places, which I won't. It's not signal based, but it will be used as a signal from a constant combinator anyway. So I don't think that changes much. If radars lose power, they might stop transmitting their signal. But if I'm losing power, we have problems anyway. I guess the only thing I don't know is if you have a brownout, do radars stop sending their signals? And I don't really know how to test that easily. Let's try to test that somehow. Let's do an infinity chest filled with coal. Or no, let's do fiber so there's no... whatchamacallit, no ash. And then we need a boiler. I want some separate water. That'll be on its own little area. Okay, so water, loader. Okay, so there's power, steam turbine. Okay, so there's that. And now we need a bunch of radar to test this theory. I guess I need a lot of radars. Okay, so we're browned out. And the question is, does a browned out radar still get or still send signals? On green here. Yes, it does. Okay, so we're fine. Yeah, I mean, the cost of the radar themselves, I wasn't even thinking about it, and I'm not worried about it. Negligible. Radars aren't even expensive, especially, I think the local radars are even cheaper, aren't they? Arguably, no. It's really weird. I mean, 5 circuits, is that worse than an engine unit? but they're not like way cheaper because of that, because those are 40 small parts and 5 aluminum. So either way, it's a bunch of small parts mostly and some wood. Not a big deal. I'll just use the local radar because I don't know. Logistics groups let you change it. Yeah, but I'm gonna use a global signal for the radar, so I only have to change it in one place. Like I'll have a master combinator that sends the train tier into a signal area. So for bulk requesters, let's start with the regular requester. UPS cost of radars, I'm pretty sure is like 0 to negligible. And yeah, for local it'll be even less. They did a huge improvement on like the scanning thing when they added radars to roboports for space age. They had an FFF about that because they added radars to roboports and now there were radars everywhere and that was starting to cause performance issues. So they fixed it like they do. They're so good at that. Okay, so what we want to do is we need a local radar. I guess the downside to a radar is it's bigger. That's the only thing I haven't listed. That's probably actually the biggest downside to this, is it takes 9 squares if we do the radar version. And it doesn't take 9 squares if I do the logistic group version. But it is just cooler. It is just cooler. So I'm going to do the radar. And if it's a bad idea, it's a bad idea. Whatever. I don't think it's a bad idea. I think putting it here might be the best spot for it. Is that the best spot for it? Does that fit? It does fit into the 2 square if I need it to, so that's probably the right. And then that allows for an underground here. Does it allow for a belt up here if we need one? Like, does that reach? It does. Okay, that's the other thing I was curious about. And that does work. Okay, then that's probably fine. So then that's a good spot for it. So then what we need to do is we're going to set up the request threshold. Can't set that to 0. That's really obnoxious. Do I even need this? It's not doing anything. Oh, well, yeah, I'm going to type request into it. So yeah, I do need it. It's so annoying that it sets request threshold to 1. Why are you like this? Because now I'm gonna have to subtract 1 somehow to cancel that out. Okay, so now we have to decide what is the signal I'm actually going to use for this. Because I am going to multiply whatever that magical train tier... I used this one before. I'm just going to stick with that. That'll be our signal. Up, down arrow is the global train tier symbol. And that gets multiplied by 20 to set the stack amount. Wait, how am I gonna do this with parameterization? Oh, more multiplication. We'll be fine. And then that outputs request threshold. Done. Okay, so that one is the request threshold amount. What I'm thinking... Because what all is this going to control? This is going to control the request threshold amount. It'll multiply by a parameterized constant combinator. Or it'll... Yeah, this isn't doing anything, then. I still want it for the mask, because I can change the mask more easily that way. Hey, see you later, Mello. Enjoy. The signal logic is so much easier. That is very accurate. Okay, so we're gonna multiply. I guess I'm just deciding if I want this to already be multiplied by 20, and I think I do, because we're not gonna use the 1, 2, 4, 8 for anything. I don't think. We're going to use 20, 40, 80, 160. So there's no reason to have the signal itself be multiplied by 20. So instead, that one can be a decider that outputs the input count of that as the request threshold. Easy. Okay. Then, wait, no. Wait, that doesn't. What does that do? I've forgotten how input count works. I think I may have just used that incorrectly somewhere else. It's not the input count of what you're inputting, it's the input count of that signal. Yeah, that doesn't work. Ah, right. Okay, so we do need... Can't math in this. That is a constant. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to do this with a decider. Okay. So we're back to arithmetic. Should I just make the radar signal the request threshold signal? Is that crazy? Should I just use that signal? That feels like a bad idea. I kind of feels like that's actually how we should do it, but because this is literally all we're doing, is just changing the signal here. But that feels crazy to me. Let's not do that. Okay, so that will give us the request threshold. And then what we want to do is parameterize our requests. I still am mad I can't set that to 0. That means I'm going to have to add another constant combinator just to negate that 1. It's very annoying. Because then what we want to do is parameterize some requests that then get sent to here. I guess I could multiply this one through, but the request threshold is going to get caught up in that too, as well as the A values, which we don't want. So this has to be kind of normal. So I can't actually type my requests into this, except normal requests to get added on to the multiplied request, which is actually kind of what we want. So we're okay here. So yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to take the signal... hate we can't multiply by a negative. So like that's gonna be 20, but we need to negate it. Need to negate it. Let's make that red. So we want to multiply the red stuff by the green that, but we need that to be negative. So I guess since we already have this one anyway, we can make this times -1. Then the master signal will be sent out as -20. And then that gives us the correct request threshold. And it does the right multiplier to output certain items by the stack size. So if I parameterize this, then we can say we want, you know, it'll be like, oh, what do you want? And I'll be like, oh, I want iron plate. And then we put in iron plate and it will auto-magically pick the number being, well, I guess it'd be 100. It would be the stack amount of iron. And then that gets multiplied by -20. Yeah. Yeah. And then when I change the global, yeah, it's working. Change that to -40, and boom, now it wants 4,000 iron, which will match up with the 40 request threshold. And now all of my bulk requesters will update together from this one change. That is what we want. Beautiful, beautiful. Caveman to Cosmos in Civ 4. I did like Civ 4, so that's a win. Okay, so now what we need to do is nothing, right? Oh, we need to cancel out that stupid little... Request threshold, -1. That's so annoying. Okay. That feels unnecessary. I mean, it should be unnecessary. I should be allowed to change that to 0. It's the game. And this isn't CyberSyn. This is the person who made CyberSyn Constant Combinator, which is not the same maker as CyberSyn. They're trying to protect me from myself, and I don't want to be protected. I know what I'm doing. So it is annoying. Is there any other changes I need to make to this? Anyone spotting anything bad or wrong? We'll be measuring the belt. Or the chest, that gets combined with the negative numbers. That's how it should be. I mean, I think we're okay. If this disappears or gets turned off, is anything bad gonna happen? No. Our requesters just will stop requesting. Not a problem. That's honestly fine. So... that's fine. So like failure to send signal does not create a problem. That's a good thing to check off the list. Okay, so then let's just parameterize, I don't know, for a bulk requester. Definitely gonna go that big. Definitely gonna have not split filters per lane most of the time. And I'll probably go ahead and put 2 belts here. Like so. Okay, and that tiles nicely. Yeah, I think that's good. And let's set it up for... Okay, so here's the problem. This chest is only 144 slots. Eventually, I will have trains that can carry 160 stacks. This cannot fit 160 stacks. So... even if I only requested 1 item, I'd need this. And now we have 168. That means I can only handle 1 item type from a bulk requester unless I make the chest bigger. And that only gives me 8 buffer slots for when the request threshold becomes 168. Probably not enough if I'm bulk requesting in the first place. Those trains will be very fast, so I'm not going to need as much of a buffer as you might think, because they'll go load and come unload so fast. And yeah, I might be using logistics warehouses, yada yada. So maybe we do something like this. 192, that gives me a 32 stack buffer. The chest goes empty before it requests the next train. No, because the threshold would be 160. So that would still be fine. We'd have 32 stacks of a buffer as soon as it requests the train, and then as long as the train gets here before we've used up those 32 stacks, we're fine. But again, it's like, yeah, it needs to have 160 empty slots. Exactly. 192 minus 160 is 32. I'm either missing what you're saying or you're missing what one of us is missing something. Anyway, I'm just deciding, is 32 enough? Like you said, there's logistics warehouses in the future. I don't know when tier 4 trains unlock versus logistics warehouses. So Yeah, Clown, that's exactly what I'm talking about, though. Tier 4 trains are zoom-in. So once I have Tier 4 trains, because Tier 4 trains, I did a little bit of research. They utilize a fuel that is stupid fast and stupid acceleration fast. 350% acceleration, 250% top speed. These trains honk because they already have a top speed of 367 before those bonuses. So it's kind of nuts. And then they're super light, so they go even faster for that reason. So yeah, they're pretty crazy. I don't know about tier 3 trains. Do those have a boost? Next lit battery. Yeah, those have a boost as well. Tier 2 locos are the odd duck. I don't think rocket fuel exists. Oh, it does. Oh. Not until Pi 3, but we will get rocket fuel. Okay. Which gives us better vehicle fuel. And then, does nuclear fuel exist? Yes. If we really wanted it to, but by that time we'll probably have tier 3 trains. I doubt this will be useful for trains. You never know. Anyway, I'm just kind of deciding, like, is 32 stacks enough? Because the bigger these go, the more we're just wasting space for, like, most of the game. And 32 stacks, though. $32 stacks. How much is that? Like, if I'm using, for example, two blue belts, that's 90 a second. 90 a second, that's gonna run through 32 stacks in about 40 seconds. Yeah, that's not enough. I'll add one more. Put it back here. I'll add 2 more because then it's balanced. All right, final answer, 240. Okay, so that's good to go. And of course, if I need more, I will often need more than, you know, one unloader. I can add more. Should I add more by default? That's only 30 a second. It'll be 60 a second soon when I have red belts. This is a tricky question. If it's a bulk requester, is 2 belts enough by default? Or should I make it like 4? I'm honestly not sure. I think I can make it 4. If I scooch these. Oh, you can't scoot. Oh, can't scoot cybernetic combinators. Oh, not quite. We're making this work. We're figuring it out. Okay, so that's there. That goes there. The lamp can go anywhere. This can go anywhere. That one just has to cancel out that one. Okay, so then that allows for this. Rat. That doesn't reach across the radar! It will with red belts. It will with red belts. But, hear me out. It will right now. Haha! Alright. That's some chaos, but it was useful chaos. Okay, and then these can go here. And then 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, that all works. Alright. That is beautimous. So then finally we need the unloading of these guys, which... There we go. Okay, so now the final thing we need to do is some to answer your question, John. We need to do parameterization on this constant combinator. It's ended up being pretty condensed. Everything's got power. Good to go. All right, so parameterization here. We are defaulting to one item. I'm allowed to add a second item if I make the chest bigger. That's how that works. Got it? Got it. All right. What am I looking for? Parameter. Here. Parameter 0. Parameter 1. I'm just going to make this a number that's random. So 22. 33. All right. And then when we make the... I shouldn't have a second item added in by default. Now we make the blueprint. What's the train stop name? Request, that's fine. Parameterize. Now we go 22 as a parameter, and the formula is pin_s. And I think that's it. Oh, P1, P0. There we go. I think that's good. Bulk request. So then you paste this bad boy and you say, I want copper plate, because it's something that uses 40 copper plates a second. And now you have a request that is going to multiply 100, which is the stack size of copper, times -20. It'll request exactly 1. I guess what it's not doing... Oh, right. We have the buffer. It's not adding the buffer. Right. And so the way we solve that is with a request in this one. So we have 2 parameters. So parameter 1 is the base amount, but then parameter 2 is the buffer amount. And I don't think I've talked through that yet, so for those of you that were wondering about that exact question, I had already thought this through, but I apologize if you were like, he hasn't thought about that. I just forgot until we got here to talk about it. So that is going to be some number, call it 55, that will change to being however many buffer stacks we want. Now I have to decide, like, what do I have the player, aka me, what do I have them plug in for... What do I have them plug in? Because... Wait, where'd my 22 go? Oh no, now it's all jacked up. That's not the right thing. Okay, bulk request. That's literally the wrong station. One with the radar. Okay, so the 22 is the parameter, and that's also the parameter, and they're both formulas based on 0. This is my bulk request, and this is the buffer amount. Do I use a variable, or do I just let the player type in -2000? Or do I want the player to type in 20 for a buffer of 20 stacks, which then gets formulaed? I'm not really sure what we should do. Because in other places, in all my other blueprints, I don't have it doing math for the player. So I actually think preschool, I'm on the opposite end of where I'm leaning. Because my muscle memory works in, and I've plugged in manually 1,000,000 requests, right? And I'm always plugging in, I guess I'm plugging in negative stack amounts most of the time. Interesting. Yeah, I need to like probably look at the whole thing and make them all consistent, because I think when I plug in stuff manually, I'm doing negative stack counts. When I'm plugging in stuff for the parameterized fluids, it's just the fluid count. When I'm plugging in stuff for, well, when else do I plug in stuff? Yeah, I probably should just buffer stack amount. And that'll be X. And then I want to multiply X times P0S times -1. I think? Is that right? Am I doing that right? So if I put 20, no, I want to put -20, because that's what I'm typing into combinators normally. So if I type -20, it'll take that -20, multiply by the stack size. Done. That's what cybernetic combinators are doing. I could put negative there as a reminder, but I'm scared that that's going to make the window really weirdly shaped to fit all those letters in. I did something wrong because it didn't even ask me. Where the heck are plates anyway? Coal processing? Yeah, I did something wrong. Uh-oh. Why didn't this work? Didn't hit save? Is that true? No, that's not the problem. Yeah, it's not asking me. Why is it not asking me? Where did it go? Because so I need to make a dummy parameter, I think, to allow the player to plug in X, but that ends up doing nothing. That's so annoying. You should just allow the player to enter a dummy variable. Because yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna have to do. And then I can use X like this for this formula. But you can't can't ask the player to enter an X and then use that X to set this number, apparently. So I need to add a dummy variable. Where would I add that? It can be whatever. It could be in here. Put it on this end. Make it some weird symbol that's never actually going to get requested. Low battery signal. There's so many bits of this that are janky. And Galdoc and I talked about a few of them, and there are some that, despite not working the way they quote-unquote should, and they feel bad the way they're implemented, the alternatives, when you start to dig into them, aren't really better. Like, it's hard, it gets pretty wishy-washy. So it's not as bad as it seems. The final result is as bad as it seems. It's pretty janky, but there aren't a lot of amazing ways to fix it, is more the point I'm trying to make. As much, like, upon first glance, it feels like there's stuff that would easily fix what you're doing and make it better, but then when you really dig into it, it starts to fall apart a little bit. I'm not saying there are no fixes either. I'm just adding a little bit of a point. Oh, that's not a parameter. The 99 is the parameter, and that is the X. And that is the buffer stack amount negative. That goes up here. And that isn't a variable, but it uses the formula with the variable. And then that 22 just changes into the stack size of P0. Okay. I think we got there. There it is. Okay, I need to change 99 to what I want it to be by default, which is going to be negative 20. So we'll default to 20 stacks over a full train. Then we will finally be done with this. This took longer than I thought it would, to be honest. This is one of my main complaints about parameterization, is the stupid defaulting, not being able to change what a number defaults to. It's really frustrating to me because there are so many times that I want, like, you can't have multiple numbers default to the same 0 baseline number, for example, or any other number of ways that you'd want to change the default of a parameterized thing. You just can't do it. All right, I think that's finally it. Boom. And then our bulk request would be something like gas furnaces. And now it's requesting, hopefully, 1,000 gas furnaces, which, given they stack to 50, is that what we expect? 20 stack? Yeah, it is. No, should be requesting 40. Oh, because we don't have the signal. Actually, the global radar signal is not there. So once we add that in, which is negative 20, then the request should be 2,000. And it's not. Or, yeah, it is. We good, we good. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. So now we need to add arrows times 1,000,000. Remove those. Save. And then now we need to do a version with flipped belts, which is going to be messier. messier. So, how do we do this? I may have to move the radar. No, we might be okay. Radar could go down into the left. It should fit just fine down there. I can go left, down, left, left. And that should leave enough space, I think. Yeah, okay, and that still fits there. This guy fits here. All right. No, one more. Okay. And then that reaches, good to go, good to go. And then these guys need to turn around. Oh, that's the train stop. LOL. All right, try again, over there, and right there. And then flip, 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 flip. And then that should power everything up. And the radar's still powered. Everything else is the same. And we can connect. Wow, this, I'm kind of, oh, no. All right, this is fixable. Maybe. I think the way we fix this is by moving these. Yeah, I might be able to fit the radar over here. No, because that couldn't go under. And this gets taken up by other train tracks. I don't know if we could. But here's more what I'm thinking, is save a lot of belt squares by doing that. And now we have... that's already it. We're done. We just need a power pole. Yeah, okay, that's way better. This can... it probably needs to stay that way. Not the cleanest look. Yeah, the Cybersyn Combinator doesn't look like it's close enough, but it is. It affects the 4 or the 8, how many tiles that is, around it. And as long as one of those tiles is touching the 4 tile, one of the 4 tiles of the train stop. So it could actually be here and it would still touch it. So that's fine. Okay, so I think we're good now. Yeesh. Three, 1, 2, 3. Wait, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay. Woo. All right. Bulk request done. Make a copy of this. Put it there. Weak side bulk request. I know that this has taken a whole episode, but I think it's really worth it because this is going to save us a lot of time when we're doing builds. We'll be able to have more parameterized stuff ready to go. And if I don't care about the parameterized bits, I can just, you know, hit OK and it'll skip past it. So that works out nicely. Okay, so then does it remember everything? It does. Okay, so bulk requests are done. So we'll go request, provide, bulk provide. I feel like that's at least consistent. Weirdly, the multi is the normal kind of provider now. So that looks like this. And I'm giving up on regular provider. Well, bulk providers are regular providers, is what we used to call those. Okay, and now trash. Do I just use the super trasher always from now on? Do I just delete these? I can always make the chest smaller on the super trasher. Just delete half of it and call it a day. Yeah. We're cleaning house. F trasher I will keep, because right now the only alternative to that is this one, which is a lot bigger. So if I definitely only need one fluid to trash, that's still my thing. FR fungible. FP fungible. Is the bulk request radar signal going to be broadcast from some amazing ceremonial location? Yes, it is. I don't know what we're gonna do yet, but it's gonna be great. Okay, how do I want to change this? We also need to add a version, which we already did for the requester. So I think we're good on providers because the fluid super trasher can just provide 7 fluids if we want it to. There's no need, it doesn't have to be a trasher as well. So first of all, I think I want to shift everything over and have the fluids all together. Second, this is still great if we only need to provide a couple fluids. Then this is great if we want to provide more fluids. But this has super trasher at the beginning, so I feel like we should have super trasher at the front. Then we've got the provider. The requester is the one we need to expand on. The single trasher, I think, is fine. Fluid fueling request, I definitely still use the way that it is. And if I need faster fluid requests, I can just have multiples of these, because until I have better trains, there's not much else I can change here. The only thing I can change here is add one more buffer. Like add a third tank. Because the fluid could be different with every delivery. So I would need 3 tanks if I want up to 3 deliveries to show up. And I could make it so that if the second tank is empty, it sends another request. Is that... Can I make it do that? I guess I could. I don't know. I'm not going to mess with that right now. So I guess the last thing we're going to do then... I don't use FR and FP fungible very often. In fact, I've more often just been modifying my normal provide and request. Especially as Steam becomes cheaper. It's really FP fungible to provide fluid fuel. It's like the only place I'm really using this. These two go together. That's mainly for fluid fuel. Because I'm not really doing Steam. I guess regular Steam I'm still putting on trains. But even then, like I said, power's getting cheaper, which means Steam is getting cheaper, which means moving it around on trains is getting less efficient. So unless something is making an absurd amount of steam, it's like, what's the point? Why put it on trains? Why waste it? And FR fungible isn't really used anywhere, right? Unless I was requesting cold steam or fluid fuel, but fluid fueling is its own thing. So cold steam is currently the only thing I'm doing with this. I should probably keep the blueprint just in case, but I'm not really ever using it. So that leaves us with one more thing needed, which is... By the way, how's my base? Whoa, we already finished some research. We're on to nuclear research. What did we finish? We researched red belts and maybe intermetallics too? I don't remember if that was done. Okay, so it's like coming up for air after being underground. I was gonna utilize, where did we build it? Right here. Basically, we just want to utilize this. And maybe make it snappier somehow. So this is the F requester, basically. A new version of that. And this could handle the new train wagons if we wanted it to, but I don't think there's a point to that. So the question is, how do we want to arrange a big set of tanks for this? Also, these need to be parameterized. Because those three fit in nicely the way they are. I don't really want to... add them all in the middle. Because then I can't fit another train station here. There's no more space with that. So it all has to be on the weak side or the strong side. I guess I could have a version for each. And then the question becomes, how many tanks do I set this up for? Because I can always add more. I can add as many as I want. Do I set it up for 4, aka 7? 7's kind of a magic number. Maybe I just go with 7. And then I have these staggered. Do I like that? Do I not like that? If I don't want them to be staggered, I have to space them out the other way by 1. Which way is better? What do you guys think? Which way is better? Staggered is probably better. So that's 4 tiles. Well, I guess it would be 3 tiles that it would add that way. And it only adds 1 tile that way. So 3 shorter, but 1 wider is better. Hard to imagine ever needing more than 7. Well, we've definitely gotten there. It's when we have multiple production lines in the same block, and we're just using the same requester. And they're all for pretty small amounts of fluids. So it definitely happens. I think what I don't like about this is how the fluid comes out the back. I want to make a shift here. I have an idea. I'm gonna have this go like that, and then we can connect through. Because that's the other question, is like, am I going to want to put the tanks on the weak side while I build all my stuff on the strong side? Which means I would actually want to pre-build the connection through to the other side. And then these aren't taking up space for whatever the production line is here. So there's all sorts of options, right? It's like you can put them on the weak side or the strong side, and then you put the other stuff on the weak side or strong side, and that's 4 options, and I don't want to make 4 blueprints. What do we do? I think we set it up the way that it is, but then we also route the connections through, like with the Super Trasher, where it has the numbers. So I think what we want to do is a similar idea to this. And good luck with the numbers, because they're definitely not right to start. So we're just gonna have to set filters on these. So I guess we want it to be 1. Just go left to right, 1, 2, 3. And then 4, 5, 6, 7. 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, that's easy. And then from there, number 1 is this one. So that's 1. 2 is this one. That's already correct. 3 is this one, which doesn't have an attachment. Can I make it on this one? Not easily. It would be easier to put 3 on this one. And then we get into issues with 4, 5, 6, 7. So I don't know, we're clear here, 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 here. So let's do it that way. So let's do 1, 2, 3. I can do 4, 5, 6, 7 on the bottom. Oh no, the memes, the memes! I just said the blasted words. Oh my goodness. Those can go there. Okay, so 6 and 7 attach. Oh my gosh, that one actually is in the right spot already. That's kind of insane, to be honest. And then this one needs to go up and over right there, which it can't do. Is it reasonable to use bots and canisters? I mean, for really small amounts of fluids, yeah. I wouldn't though, generally. Unless I know the source and destination are close together, then I care a little bit less. Okay, so that's 6 and 7, and then we need 4 and 5. So 4. Oh, we also have to think about other train stations with all of that. Yeah, so train stations are going to be in the way here. For 4 and 5. I might be able to fit 4 and 5 down underneath. Let's try that. And I can switch maybe the order of 4, 5, and 6, 7 because there's 2 there. We can fit there. Yeah, this can work. I'm pretty sure. So we just need to change the order. So then this guy goes to the bottom one. This one is actually that one. And then these 2 are now up here. That's where it gets tricky, I guess. So we can do this, 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 this. Perfect. Okay, so then that puts 7 down here. I think it does it in the correct order. Like this. But let's double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm fine with that. Okay, so 7 is connected to 7. 6 is connected to 6, 5, 4, 1, 2, 3. Perfect. I mean, is it gonna bother people now if I just don't switch it to 3, 2, 1? I feel like it's gonna bother me now. Just feels cleaner to switch it now. Sweep. All right. So 3 is here, which means this changes to 2. 2 is here, which it already was. And then 1 It almost feels like we should make it there so it all lines up perfectly, because that's way more satisfying. Okay, that was a lot of hubbub, but I think we're good now, except this is 1, which is that. Okay, perfect. Ta-da! Nonsense, I tell ya. All right, so that is F requester, not extension. We don't use that dirty word anymore. And then okay, copy. This is called F requester many. I don't know what to call it. And then we F requester strong side, I guess we can call it. Strong side, weak side, Pyonic shambles. I guess I haven't talked about that in a while. If you don't know, it's just where we're providing the materials to in regards to our blocks, because when we paste our rail stations into the block, one side has a lot more room, one side has only a little bit of room. So this is the weak side, this is the strong side. And, you know, remember the Titans reference in there for good measure. So this is the strong side. I also need to put the requests in. And then the amount, I'll default to 35K. Gives me a 10,000 buffer. I do need to parameterize that if I want to change any of them last minute. But yeah, should do it. So now this is F requester strong side, select new contents, it's this, parameterize. All the numbers are wrong, right. They all need to be different numbers, because that's how parameterizing works, because it's janky. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a great question. So preschool, I think you're right. I need it. I was initially planning on having 1 through 7 on both sides for both versions. But now I'm leaning towards we have them available on the opposite side from where the tanks are, and that's the only version. Because that leaves room to add more tanks if I want them quite easily. This line. Ooh, that was a weird glitch. So you're right. We should fix all of these open connections. I actually think we want it that way. Okay, so that fixes those 4. Probably should just hit the button. Wait, where's the button? That button. Then we've got this one. And these 2. And finally, this doesn't have any going to the right, and neither does this. So I think that's it. Yeah. Okay. So we are now strong sided. F requester strong side, new contents, bada bing, bada boom, parameterize. Yes. Threshold. I don't really care, actually, if that's a parameter. It's almost always going to be the same. R7. This is number R1, number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cool. Okay, let's try it out. Tall order, but it does what we want it to do. Sweet. And then we just need to make the reverse, which is annoying because it's not going to let me reverse it. Very annoying. Start with copying this. Then I'm going to take this and flip it. I actually have to change it into these exclusively, and then it should let me flip it. Thank God. Okay, so then that goes... How do I even measure this? I don't even know. Where does this connect? The bottom corner connects with the bottom one on the left, which is that one. Okay, so it's like that, but how many squares away from the trains is it? 0, in fact. The frontmost thing is exactly as close as you can get. So it's like this. Right here. Okay, so that's that. These are flipped going on this side of the tracks. And let's see how it actually lines up. 7 is 7, 6 is 6, 5 is 5, 4 is 4, but 3, 2, and 1 are probably jacked up. It needs to lose that, and that needs to flip around. It is 1. 2 is correct. No, it's not. Is that wrong here? No, we're okay over there. The issue is that this is supposed to connect to the main line, which is here. So we need to add a main line connection. I'll ignore that for now. Okay, we got this. Focus. 1, 2 is not connected. So 2 is this one, which could be right here. Works fine. And then 3, unfortunately, can't go over itself. So we have a little bit of an issue with 3. Which really means this needs to be 3. I don't love because it changes the order based on which one we're using. But that one can easily be 3 without any problems. And then this one is the one that goes up and over and is number 1. And then number 2 comes from there. No, I just had that problem. Had it right before. That's number 2. Okay. I think that's right. 1. Yeah. I also just realized we didn't do the proper power poles. For the other one. Okay, so then these are all hooked up, and we just need a mainline connection, which can be where exactly? Wait, that one doesn't go anywhere. Hold on. Now it does. But now we still need a mainline connection through this area to pump the other 4 full. Unfortunately, it goes right there, which requires a piece of technology we have not built before. I'm a bit concerned about using up another tile. Yeah, we literally can't go up one more tile. That is crazy. Okay, so we're gonna have to figure out a slightly different method here, which is what? Probably related to this one? No. Maybe. This is tricky. I mean, literally everyone is used, and this one, oh, I'm just being dumb. I can just like do this or something. All right, does that pose any issues? Ha! It actually does. That's hilarious. Why don't I go a few spaces to the left, though? Does that pose issues? Nope. And then it avoids it for the next one. Okay. Easy enough. And then we're going to need power poles connected, and we need the green wire connected. Wow. More work than I thought it would be, but we've got a lot of benefit coming down the line for doing this. So I'm very proud of us for doing the hard work. This is the Zen Garden experience, right? Like, this isn't what you always want to do. I find this fun, but it's not like quite as exciting as making progress for me. And as far as power poles, we need to redo this one. The old Nexalits. And the wiring is correct, right? Everything lights up when I mouse over it. And with this one, everything lights up when I mouse over it. I think that does it. Chance that I connected some pipe incorrectly is quite high. That one's actually wrong. So I'm guessing I'll be fixing something with this before too long. But for now, it's good to go. Requester strong side over here, save. Let me just double check this. That's good to go. And then we make a copy here, weak side, save new contents over here. Parameterization should be good to go still. Save. We did it! Woo! Oh man, hour and 37 minutes. What an episode. Thanks for sticking with it, guys. The train redesign is complete. I don't think there's anything else we needed to do. Yeah, we're good to go. Everything's ready with Nexalit power poles, better belts. Once I have red belts automated and like well supplied, I might revamp these as well. And red loaders. I need the new loaders, which are cheap? Not cheap? Medium. 4 fast inserters is not cheap. So I might actually... I wonder if Upgrade Planner works properly with fast loaders. I hope it does. Assuming it does, then I will probably just upgrade Planner to red belts when needed, rather than having the default be red belts, at least for a long time. Eventually, red belts will be cheap enough where I won't care. But for now, red belts are not cheap enough, and I do care. And why are you stuck? Usually because I'm not measuring something properly. So... This needs to have inactivity to be allowed to provide the wrong thing. Or it needs to have no loading manifest. And it needs to have no loading manifest. I think. Why did I think I could do this? Because, yeah, the train knows that it has the wrong item. So that's why FP fungible and FR fungible were their own things. That's why we didn't have other resources there. Is because the train knows what it came for. And you have to set up a system that tells the train, hey, leave anyway. Which would be inactivity condition, which would require filtering the thingies, which we are not doing. Yeah, we don't have this set up properly for that. We need a combinator and everything. Okay, I'm just gonna say screw the cold steam idea, I think. I'll send you away because it is cold steam, regardless of what the train thinks it is. And then I will, I don't know, just delete that. Whatever. All right, well, we're gonna have to call it an episode there. In the next one, we're gonna be working on probably red belts, actually. We're out of tin still. Oh no. Oh what? Wait, I'm out of hot air? Oh no, that's a new one. That's a new one. Yeah, something broke. We'll figure it out. But I want to know right now, what happened? How is this not working? Wait, we're not out of hot air. What is going on? Are we importing hot air too slowly? Oh, I totally forgot. This is not you. Oh my goodness. All right. Yes. Screw that. Go away. You can disappear, please. We were not using the base's hot air supply. We were using the hot air supply from just our little graphite production, because we did the math and the math was enough and it worked, but then that caused us to, when we added more graphite, stop producing hot air locally, which meant we stopped getting the hot air that we needed for the tin, and tin broke again. And that's what we'll be dealing with in future episodes. As always, for those of you on YouTube, thanks for watching. Let me know what you think in the comments, and I'll see you all in the next one. All right. I probably need to go soon, which is sad. This has been a great stream. 6.5 hours. Oh my gosh. It does not feel like it's been 6.5 hours. If I didn't have a clock and, you know, I didn't have a window to see the sun's progress throughout the day, I think I would have said this has been about 4 hours. 6.5? Feels like I just started. We've barely gotten anything done. Barely gotten any pYanodon's in. There's so much more to do. What did we do? We got red circuits. We got epoxy. That was a big thing. We got a lot of planning done. Rebuilding blueprints. That took 1.5 hours. That took more like 2 hours. Because that was 1 hour and 40 minutes for the YouTube episode. And we were working on that like 20 minutes before. So that was a full two hours at least redoing those. Hey, medium electric poles. That is a huge boost, Vatamouse. That is a huge boost. Okay, you're not stuck anymore. Can you stop saying you're stuck? Stop it. Free. You're fine. Chill. Okay, so yeah, science hasn't been going for a while because we're out of tin. I assume that's gonna be fixed soon. Still not fixed? Really, that doesn't reach. Short by 2 tiles. Alright, that'll fix it. And then, I don't know, past that. Oh my gosh, look at our base. It's only using 600 megawatts. Oh no, that's really bad. That shows you, oh geez. And it happened like right before we went into the blueprint planner. So our base has basically been dead for the last hour and a half. It's been doing very little. Because we've had no tin. So anything that uses tin has completely dried up. Oh man. I wonder if circuits have dried up. Or is the buffer big enough on circuits? I might need to make a second tin plate production facility to support. What I might do. Tin can be smelted directly, right? Yeah, it can. Here's my harebrained idea. Just for now. I'm gonna make an emergency tin production line. It's not lined up properly. And then we're going to, I guess, use the foundries. How fast will each one of these work? Each one of those will make 0.06. Not very good, is it? God, for a minute. Oh, we really need to use furnaces. Okay. We're just gonna build this up here. So belt of tin mixed with raw coal. I'm gonna use mechanical inserters so I don't have to worry about the power as much. Okay. We just absolutely need more tin right now, and that's what this is gonna do for us. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna bring the tin plates over to wherever the heck it is they get loaded onto trains, which is where? Right here? Look at that, it goes with the silver. So that's perfect. I can literally put it on the silver belt and then just filter it off. And then flip sides. Super chill. So we'll do tin, or no, I'll just do silver, right? And then we go up, over, and on. So there's that. Then we just need to deal with the ash, which gotta be like a trash belt somewhere I can vulture off of. This is a trash belt right here. So this can be a trash belt. Make sure it's not filtered to anything weird on the end, and no, it just gets merged in. Okay, so there's a trash belt. Right there, and then that's perfect. So this goes down here, merges. This goes right template. Side loads with that. Ash is dealt with properly, and then tin comes up this way. raw coal is still needed. On this side. Do that. Cool. If I did this right, I think I did. That'll give me some more tin plates. Inefficient tin plates, but you know, 9, 10 a second will add up into something. I don't know, 1 a second? What's the ratio? Yeah, that'll only be 0.910 a second. Can I add more here? The answer is yes, because these train tracks are not needed. I am gonna need more steam. Or am I? Yeah, it'll be fine. Whatever. Alright, I'm calling that good. This is a very temporary measure. It might last for 10 hours, but like, certainly isn't very good. Eventually, when I make the next 10 build, we'll tear this down. But at least for now, this hopefully will get some more tin plates rolling. Because, yeah, we need to do better than 400 a minute. This is only going to be like another 100 a minute or something. I don't know exactly how many. We'll find out here in a second now that it's about to start up. And then I'll probably be done with the stream maybe in another 10 minutes or so. Nuclear research is fun. We're going to get to work on planning that soon. Megadar. Megalodar. That does look cool. I don't really need them, but it does look cool. Hey, 10. Making 10. Okay, so we got 21 a second coming in, which is actually too much for this, so we do need to extend this just a smidge. All right. Look at that. Delicious and beautiful blue plates. How we need them. Our production for the last 10 hours has only averaged 100 a minute. Oh, that's so bad. To be fair, our consumption for the last 50 hours has only been 132. So, consumption's not crazy high. But we're definitely going to need to catch up for a while. Because we've spent the majority of the last 7 hours not producing any tin at all. Very bad. Alright, well, red belts are next. Chromnissa and Nealtissa and phosphorus pentasulfide, and then we need I guess I have 2 for turd. That's really low on the list. And then we need Navins are the other things we need for what's it called? For SAM. Self-assembly monolayer material, and then after SAM comes what? Modules? Probably. Think so. Modules. And after that comes T2 trains, nuclear. There's something else too that we were like kind of thinking about. Oh, I could do power mark 2 at that point. Yeah, I'd probably work towards nuclear at that point. Modules, nuclear, T2 train, question mark. And then we've got Kimsai after that. Oh, electric engines. Electric engine. I'll put that in there somewhere. Probably before T2 trains. In fact, we might need them before modules. I don't remember if we did or not. Electric engines go in a lot of stuff. But do any of these things needed for modules? No. Utility box, no. Control panel, no. We do need the EVA. I need to look at that though. Nextlit batteries, we're gonna need. Which is not too bad except for the anthraquinone. And rayon. Have I still not made rayon? I don't think I've made rayon, so that's a whole thing. All right, so hopefully now 10 plates are going to begin catching up. Looks like we're stabilizing in the 450 to 500 range for plates per second, or plates per minute, I mean. Yeah, 540. So that should get us caught up eventually. It's gonna take an hour or two, because that's only a train load every 4 minutes, which, you know, 15 train loads over the course of the next hour. Probably still won't be caught up after that, you know, it's gonna take a while. We were gonna look at green circuits. Are those okay? Yeah, those are fine. Do we not use tin? No, that's gotta be a lie. We only use solder. That's crazy. We don't use tin directly. Oh, we do for capacitors, and they're just about out. That's really funny. Okay, so the buffer has run out, and we're just about to stop producing green circuits because of tin being gone. All right. All of this is going to be free power. I cannot wait for that. Just condensates as far as the eye can see. I am going to have to... Oh my gosh. That's voided 423. That could have all been power. That's crazy. Because, like, what is it? About 20 nat gas, ref nat gas, represents a gigajoule. And so... 20,000 would be a terajoule. 40,000 would be 2 terajoules. So this has been about 800 terajoules of power that we've vented, potential power. It's kind of hilarious. I mean, is that more power than my base has ever used? I don't know. There's no math that tells me how many joules I've used. I'd have to guesstimate. Area under the curve. What do we got? 4 days at 800 megawatts. 4 times 24 hours times 3,600 seconds. That many seconds times 800 megawatts. So this is megajoules. That's gigajoules. 276 terajoules of production only from all of my tidal power plants combined. The rest of my power combined, it's a little harder to math that out. It's maybe about equal. You add up all this. Yeah. That's actually an easier view to conceptualize. Yeah, so honestly, I think I'm about right there. If this was 200 something terajoules, those are probably, the green one's probably less. That's maybe like 100 terajoules. And the blue one is maybe like 300 to 400 terajoules. That's quite a bit bigger. So that would mean that we've probably used on the order of 600 to 900 terajoules, which is what we've vented just in ref nat gas right here. Fun math exercise. All right, well, I think we're pretty much done for this episode. I just wanted to let the base run for a little bit. Try to let tin plates catch up for a minute, because they are sadly behind. And then for the auto mall to set up red belts, I might need another requester. These are starting to all get a little filled. What all do we need for red belts? Iron niobium alloy, advanced sparts, chromium, stainless steel, red circuits, lubricant, and that's it. We already have the lubricant, I think. Yeah, that's already here. So it shouldn't be too hard to at least get it running. Oh, we should increase that. We're going to be using a lot more lubricant very soon. Anything else broken that we need to work on? And this rubber build. This was a big part of our playthrough. It's nice that it's still going strong. And all the weird craziness we did with all this seems to have been working. All the anthracene and creosote and naphthalene and all that. That was some chaos. Peroxide seems to not be happy. This break again? Ah, cramp. Seems like it did. It's supposed to make too much. So how did we end up with not enough tailings? It's like the buffer's not big enough. Buffer ain't big enough for the two of us. Okay, I'm gonna do a crazy thing here that will fix this once and for all. We're gonna output priority left. It's gonna go back over here into a chest that then... Oh no, no, wait, oh no, I might unresearch that. I'm not even kidding. The angles, we unlocked the diagonal angles, and I hate that it rotates through all of them. I really wish it would just do the 4, and if you wanted a diagonal, you could click on it. That would be a great upgrade. Bob's adjustable inserters. I might unresearch that with console commands. But anyway, what this will do is it will just make sure we always have a buffer of tailings in here that also get used up. And if somehow this other version wasn't working, which I guess it wasn't, I don't know how this happened. I'm gonna have to go fix that manually. No, I don't. I can just flush. We can just flush the acid gas. Flushy, flushy. Right here. Okay. yeah, then this should make sure that whatever happened shouldn't happen again. We'll have a lot of tailings buffered before we let any of it get burned. And the priority is that the tailings get used, so this buffer should stay full forever. So I don't know what happened and how that got screwed up again. This is the second time we've had to fix this. Honestly, not sure what happened. But it should be good now. It's funny that I checked on that and it wasn't running. Maybe I should look at other things. Are other things not running? These aren't. Okay, we're out of aramid. Is that a tin issue or is that a different issue? Let's find out. I don't remember what aramid is here. Aramid has a TCL issue, and the TCL... Remember, TCL has a Yotoi issue. Yotoi is broken. All right, we're fixing things. Okay, so what happened here? Yotoi seeds spoil into fruit. Okay, we already knew that. These are only supposed to run if the green signal's 1, and the green signal's only 1 if we're low on seeds or TCL is low. We must have been missing the other inputs. I think that's probably what happened. So we probably need to measure the other inputs for these. Read contents. Just since we're here, like, we might as well, like, hey, we only want to run those buildings if these guys have the requisite ingredients, or at least half of the requisite ingredients. I guess we could say greater than 4, and that would guarantee via the pigeonhole principle that we have enough for one recipe. Because I assume each one, yeah, can do half of that. So I guess pigeonhole principle would say if you have 3, we'll say greater than 3, greater than 20, or no, that is 40. Fluids are half, solids are different because of whatever's. And then TCL is the output. Okay. So we want all of that to be true. And I gotta go fix this by, I don't know, deleting. How do I delete a bunch of seeds? I could shoot them. I mean, Vatamouse, I don't think this is much better. The main difference being the vehicle maintenance not existing. But if you consider train fuel to be vehicle maintenance, Factorio can be almost as bad, basically. So that's the thing. All right. Let's figure out what the heck's going on here. Yeah, I mean, that was my initial estimate for the stream. I knew I'd stream for a while. I didn't know when I'd kind of feel like I wanted to stop, so I gave a shorter estimate to start. I do have to go soon, though. I do have something going on tonight. Okay. So those seeds will actually get used, which is good. I think that fixes things. But wait, we need to make fruit if seeds are low. Oh, we already have that set up, though. If seeds are less than 500, or all of this is true. Okay. That should do a better job of not backing this up. But, just in case, we need an alarm. show alert if this stuff is greater than 2,000. Alright, that way we know if this happens again. But we should be good now, these are running again. Yeah, Captain of Industry death spirals are pretty bad. I think they added quite a few mechanics to fix that. I don't know the last time you played, but it's a lot harder for you to need to restart than it used to be. Because they added in a lot of ways to like purchase, even if you don't have the money or whatever, not money, but whatever it's called. I think you can like go in debt some of it or get a one-time, I don't remember exactly how it works, but basically you can get like out of the death spirals now, so it's not as big of a problem. And my other point was just that pYanodon's, everything is so interconnected that like, especially once we get into chemsci and stuff, like, oh yeah, filtration media goes down and the whole base goes down, you know, it is going to be like that. The main thing is just making sure your power sources don't go down, because if those go down, then you can have a literal death spiral, which you have to manually move stuff around to get power back on. That could happen. What I'll do to prevent that is, and what we've already done to prevent that, and I just need to make sure we keep doing it, is like having backup tanks, you know, like this, of pressurized steam, so that I can always be like, oh, actually, wait, I don't have a backup tank right now. Or, no, this is the backup turbine. Yeah, I have a whole backup tank here. No, that's not a backup tank. Yes, no, I don't remember. Yeah, this is a backup tank. So that way I have a lot of gigajoules of potential power that we can lean on if we have to. And that's a good idea to have. Which belt, if rotated by one, would most efficiently destroy my base? That is an interesting question. It's gotta be, honestly, something like what just happened, like borax or tin. Borax or sand castings, you know, because sand castings is going to take down every single metal, which then takes down all of the alloys, which then, you know, over a course of time will take down pretty much everything that relies on any sort of parts. It'll take out a lot of the flora, because a lot of the flora and fauna use food, which use parts, you know, like it'll have a pretty wide-reaching effect to just take out borax. I would also say something like coke, but I have more than one belt of coke. I don't think there's a single belt I could use to destroy coke production completely, so that wouldn't do it. Stone and Keragen could be it. Those are pretty important, and if those stopped, we'd have a bad time. Those are a pretty big deal. That's 2 belts. Yeah, it's an interesting question, though. I like the question. Chlorine would be pretty devastating, because that supplies moss, which supplies everything. Almost everything needs moss in some capacity, at least in terms of more advanced stuff. I do think borax, though, might do one of the biggest base kills, because almost all the metals use borax. And it's hard to think of anything that would be more devastating than losing all of your metals at the same time. I mean, I don't think... Because, yeah, you could say, like, if this whole section went out, that would be bad. Which is kind of what I was getting at with shale oil. Like, if Keragen goes down, we stop getting condensates, and we stop getting a lot of these little byproducts, and that could be bad. But I don't think that would be as bad as metals going down. I think that might be it, truly. Or flora, maybe? Flora goes into a million things, so if I ran out of flora somehow, but could I rotate one belt to kill all the flora? I'm not sure if I could. Uh-oh. That's fine because we have full belt. I think that's fine. Not really, Kyron. I'm actually heading out. You caught me just at the end here. We were fixing a couple things and then chatting, but yeah, I do think, like, I'm struggling to think of something that could have been worse than borax not working. Maybe wood. It's possible that no wood could be worse than no borax, because a lot of my assemblers run on wood. The thing there, though, is the buffers are very large for that compared to what I need. So I'm doubting that that would actually break my base. Try to... They're all full already. Okay, I am gonna head out. Still too many seeds. And like, what is happening here? Why does this inserter exist? Oh, wait, now I'm confused. No, I'm just straight up confused. Whatever I did was a very bad idea. Okay, so this belt, the seeds will spoil and get put into this chest. This belt should have the green fruit on it. This needs to have a filter, so it only grabs seeds if they're spoiled. Otherwise, it'll just let the green fruits back up. No point to have green fruits in here. Right? Don't use the green fruits for anything. No, they're an ingredient in this building. But where did I input fruits to this building? I never do. That's right. We just let the fruit spoil. This building doesn't need to exist. That's the whole point. I literally just let fruit spoil, and that's fine. Okay. In this version, the green fruits will just spoil on the belt and then get loaded onto that, which then gets loaded into here. So that works fine too. Yeah, the building was before I realized they spoiled into the seed at a better ratio. I knew they spoiled, I just didn't assume it would be at a better ratio. That was the part that surprised me. And these spoil so fast, 4 minutes, I don't really think we need a box for them. They'll spoil fast enough on the belt if we don't need them for the TCL. I think this is all fine. Alright, I gotta get out of here. Hopefully 10 plates will catch up. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. 530 a minute, 540 a minute. That should get us caught up pretty fast. This will be fine. It's possible. Because they're not going to spoil in order always. We could have weird spoilage orders that cause fruits to be available but blocked by fruits being on this end, but then fruits end up spoiling and couldn't get grabbed. There's some weird stuff going on here. I think I'll actually benefit slightly. I'm gonna say by adding another inserter, but I can't. Really not a spot I can. I can add a second one for this building. But all right, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I love you all. Thanks for joining. You guys are great. And yeah, let me know in the Discord as usual any of your thoughts about Pi as we continue playing. It's a great time. See you later, preschool. Yeah, you're welcome, Gravy. See you next time.